Greetings and salutations, everyone. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? No, you're not mistaken. It is the reason with the Rattigan. Mic sound kind of hottish. Yes, big up Carol. Much love, much love. All right, so here's the deal. The rebel is caught up right now sorting out a little situation. So yours truly was given the task of filling in for a moment. He will explain when he gets done. I'm not going to take anything away from him. But I get to say good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good day to you wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Kevin Stew holding it down until he shows up. Mr. Vumva V, Vumva Va, blessings to you, sir. Karen, much love. Warrell, blessings. Sharon Samuels, Jack One, greetings and salutations. Janet Chicory, JM Master Songwriter, much love, much love. Things sound good over here, so I don't know what it's sounding like on the radio side. Because guess what now? How I'm coming into you guys that are tuning on YouTube, going to get something a little bit different over on Reggae Global Radio. So it just occurred to me. It just occurred to me. English language is such an interesting thing. That I needed to sort out some things on that side. Why, when you're wearing multiple hats, you know it go. So let me see what is coming through on the radio side, getting static. Jano. And I know why the radio side getting static. The radio side is getting static because that channel is muted on the mixing board and nobody is at the studio to get it. Mercy. Alright, so for those on Reggae Global Radio, I beg your forgiveness. When you need 15 hands like me, you find ways to make things happen, right? So let me do this so that I can make this happen. All right, so the radio side is taken care of for a moment. I'm going to play some music over there for a little bit until the rebel comes back where he can open up those lines. All right. Close out that. All right, back to us. So, yes, please like up the live as you join in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so how was y'all's week? It's that time of the year here in the US where people get a little bit antsy, you know, and soon after this generally happens in the US. Here comes Jamaica, and it happens there too. So what am I talking about? Elections. So it's on the way, right around the corner. Incidentally, election day happens to fall on my birthday this year. So my Earth date, everybody will be glued to their TVs and not watching me, but watching to see what is happening in the US with the elections come Tuesday. So tonight, those of you who normally tune in to the Saturday Stew, those of you who have been looking to tune in, we're partying it up. Well, we're partying it up all the time, right? But straight party. Again, I don't know where the music is going to take us, but one thing is for sure, we're having enough fun. Enough fun. So if you haven't joined in the Saturday Stew, come with your bowl, because a plate can't hold it. So come with your big bowl and just dip and enjoy. Those of you who are not yet on the Come Reason with Rattigan broadcast that happens on a Wednesday evening, go ahead, subscribe to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation YouTube channel. Now, this is where you'll get your notifications on what is happening and when it is happening as it relates to Come Reason with Rattigan. Reason with Rattigan is right here. Right? Reason with Rattigan platform on YouTube. Come Reason with Rattigan is a little bit different. And that is on a Wednesday evening and you call in and it's more interactive. Yes, there's interaction when you're there in the chat room, but there's a little bit more interaction with Come Reason with Rattigan because you call in now and you get to hear your views and hear your views and things. Warrell, it's your son's birthday too. A good youth. Blessings, man. Much love, much respect. Thank you all. Thank you, guys. Something that is coming our way as soon as tomorrow. So where can you send the birthday gift, the Earth Date gift? Well, y'all know my phone number, right? So those of you who don't know my phone number, see it here scrolling across the screen. See it? Yeah, man. So link me on this number and we can talk about the Earth Date gift that you're sending me and how to send it and where to send it. Yeah? There you go, Elaine. There you go. So I accept Earth Date gifts of all kinds. So where was I? Yes. New thing that is coming. And Rattigan is super excited about it. You've heard us talking about it. And yes, it is coming. It is on its way. Yeah, the radio side, Don, is playing music now because there's a line on the mixer that goes to the radio side from this stream computer that Rebel has. Now, those of you who don't know, the Rebel and I are several hundred miles apart. So, what I'm doing now to get the broadcast started, I couldn't make it happen on the radio side without physically being there. And it was last minute that he had to run. So that's what happened to the radio side on the broadcast. However, we're right here. And the Rebel will be back. He'll be a little late, but he will be back. He is about half an hour away from the house. However, he is not yet able to leave the location that he is at. So when he comes, he can explain. However, let me tell you about this. Yes. Easy like Sunday. Some of you have been asking about it. You've heard us talking about it, and it's coming. It is on the way. Easy like Sunday. And 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern, Reggae Global Radio. You get to watch, you get to listen. And good night, Janet. Where are you? Blessings, Pauline. So you get to another side of the Rebel. Now, people weekend completely don't know because they join the Rebel at this time on a Saturday afternoon. Stick around for me at 8 p.m. Come back. Well, some people stay with Tony until midnight. Then the Rebel comes back. Some people join back. Some people been staying on. And that continues until 2 a.m. And then here comes Rebel again at 2 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon, where you get easy like Sunday. And it'll be a blend of things. You'll have some music, you'll have a little reasoning, more from the entertainment industry, less from a political standpoint or platform. So you get a little of the relax with the Rebel, mix in with a little bit of the clash vibes. No, it's not a clash. No clashing will be happening. But that kind of interaction. Yeah, KV. The Rebel sleeps when he blinks. That's about it as it relates to sleep for him. Don't tell him I said so, though. Y'all can say, I heard that, but don't tell him I said so. This afternoon, we're going to have some guests on. There will be, Rebel will be coming back. We get into the regular vibe and his presentations. Yes, I know some of his presentations. I know some of what he's talking about, but when the Rebel does it and he gets into it deep, it's different. So I can comment on some of the things. I can share my views and opinions. I can share what I know along the lines. But the Rebel doing thing, yeah? Cool. So where were we? Everybody, yes. Big ups to everybody. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can do this because y'all know I am master creativity, right? So let me do this. I'm going to draw back the. There you go, KV. Yeah, hey, work with me, you know. I like it. Let me do this. Draw for the. Yeah. I'm gonna draw for the theme music. I'm gonna work some magic here. Hold on.
See for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
Gents, we'll be with you just a moment. Let me work some magic here.
Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
It's a track customized for this very program. Yeah, man, you don't want to hear it played one place. And if you hear it somewhere else, it means I rather get some money. So the track is called Open Your Eyes, and it's simple, you know, just open your eyes, look around, see what is happening around you. See for yourself, you know, don't take nobody's word for anything. You ask questions, you talk up to people, you wait for an actual response. Don't just take things as is on the surface. No, I'm not dealing with it like that. We're going deep, right? We deep dive around here, and we have the equipment for it. Don't just frivolously deep dive. Don't say it randomly and just to get accolades or nothing like that. Some people were asking about tuning in to the other broadcasts. Let me go ahead and let you know. Reggae Global Radio is the other platform, is the main platform. So those of you that are on YouTube right now, if you go to reggaeglobalradio.com, let me put it in the chat for you. reggaeglobalradio.com. Now, There we go. See it there on the screen, reggaeglobalradio.com. If you go there right now, what you will see is exactly what you see right here. You know what I mean? So, but in addition to that, you'll see a chat room. And that chat room is different from this chat room. So on broadcasts like the Stew, my broadcast, the Saturday Stew, you go to Reggae Global Radio, you watch me, you listen to me, you interact with me in that chat room on Reggae Global Radio. Now I can see Reggae Global chat room right now, so I know that there is nobody interacting from over there. That sound low? Oh, that sound no, OT, talk to me. How I sound? Talk to me. Alright. And on the line, I wonder if you can. Rebel, you there? Rebel, you there?
There.
I say, I have to switch the roles around now, you know. Rebel, where you there?
There, brother. You know.
All right, so the people can hear you, Rebel. The people can hear you.
Oh, they can hear me.
The people can hear you.
Yeah. My people, good evening, everyone. Yeah, I call it from another location, and I have a virgin of mine who fell ill and got to rush him at the hospital. So I'm there with him right now. I wait for the doctor and come back with some results and things like that, and then I'll join. As soon as we get to him, it might be a little while still, but I definitely will join before we end, before Kevin have to dig off, got the theme thing. But we have a lot to talk about today, a whole heap of things, man. And we have to talk about the things. We have some documents, we have a piece we want to talk about, on Dr. Nigel Clarke, formerly Minister Nigel Clarke. We have a piece we want to talk about how the politicians, how they plan to not go to prison. Poor people won't be able to do that. But we'll see a tactic in play, and it's happened already, and we know it's going to happen again. So we have the attorney who's responsible for creating this loop. Well, it's not a loophole, but he's utilizing it. I mean, it's a loophole. It's there, but he's utilizing it. So we see what's going to happen. So we want to alert everyone to what's going on, so that when these things start, when we see them, we can. When we see them about to happen, we can anticipate, and then we can raise our voices and say, we know we're not doing it, and it not going to work. As opposed to it just happen and people say, so the thing's set.
Right.
And so we have that. We have Dr. Ben coming on talking about reset the body to factory setting or default. We have Stafford Grant and two of his colleagues coming on to talk about charity work that they're doing in Jamaica and some of the difficulties they're encountering. And last week you heard from Stafford about the wonderful work he's doing, and he's doing it without the intervention or the assistance of the government, because the bureaucratic red tape is alive and well in Jamaica. So you'll hear more about that. Then we also have a piece to talk about there. I want to show the complaint I filed against the DPP and show the documents supporting the complaint. And I want everybody to know that I know me alone filed, because the valiant one, a virgin out of England, Roland, him filed one already. And we were supposed to get them up on the website so that people can go there and just, copy the thing and just mail off their complaints as well. Similar to the one with the king.
Right.
But blame me, everybody can blame me for that, because we have an administrator for the website, and she's been believe me, she's been doing her job. She's been hounding me and said, listen, give me the stuff, give me the stuff. Then finally I sent it to her, sent some of the stuff to her. And I told her, don't put them up yet because we have some personally identifiable information that we have to edit before we put them up. But the tax information is with her. We have a letter from the tax guy, the auditor, saying that we're in compliance. We have the tax filing. We also have the letter from the letter for the king, and we have the letter for the complaint for the DPP. All of those things are with the administrator. I am the problem why they're not on the website, but they will be on the website. All of those things are with the administrator. 2-3 days. I am the problem why they're not on the website. And then we have the prime minister. You know, we're wondering, you know, who's advising him, and you know.
Oh, hold on, Rebel. Hold on. Sorry.
What did they say?
Okay, there we go. We lost you for a second there.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah, man. It's not you. It's me. Too much devices.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Where did I lose you?
Where you were saying it's not the administrator, it's you, and there's a lot of information.
Yeah. Not a problem. So within a few days, everything will be up.
Mm-hmm.
And we also filed some ATIs this week. We're looking at the Prime Minister. Oh, we can't forget the CG out of New York. We cannot make her story be a 9-day wonder. You know, we still have to go at it hard because, and I saw where somebody ingeniously put up I think it's I don't know if it's TikTok or what, but put up something saying that the prosperity doctrine is just that. It's doctrine. It's not a reality because you have a CG, you do a side hustle, or open up a nail bar.
But you know, when you really look at it, though, Rebel, you have to wonder. The CG's position is at it not paying that well. Is it supposed to be a well-paying job? Isn't it supposed to be a service position? I don't know. But if she has also gone on to start a nail salon and a cybersecurity business, because we can't leave that one out.
Right, that's true.
Then,
by the way, if I hear snoring, I'm virgin. Oh, I'm wake up now. If you miss snoring, I'm just jump up. Don't worry, virgin. They can't sleep, man. No worry. Yeah. I was just saying, if I hear something like snoring or sawing wood, I'm a virgin that, I might get a rest. So I'm well deserved rest. So, but I wouldn't wait on the doctor. But, yeah, the CG position, it is, well, it depends, you know. If you're coming from Jamaica, then it's probably an increase in salary because remember, no, you don't pay for a lot of things, including housing. Right? I think you don't pay for housing, and some of the things you pay for, right? And I think some of the things you pay for they're subsidized. But if you're like the CG who was making tons and tons of money, you know, in America, then the CG position is basically it's
a step down.
Well, salary-wise, yes, I've stepped way down. You're going to the basement. But
it's a jump down, not a step down.
Right. And then because she already have, you know, her friend and company in high places in America. So she never really that. So what she really needed was the title, you know, Consular General behind her name. You know, and then that would open up a lot more doors for her too, you know, at the UN and elsewhere. Whereas before, being a successful broker on Wall Street or financial analyst or all the positions she's held, that wouldn't necessarily open up, you know, doors at the UN for her and, you know, international organizations and with foreign governments. But being a CG, yeah. And then also it opened up doors for business. you know, you can't rule that out because see now she's doing business right in New Jersey, and she was doing business in Jamaica with or she intended to do business in Jamaica with CyberLock. We're still looking to see how many contracts she was awarded by the Jamaican government, because we know she doesn't know anything about cyber, and that we believe, and you know, we asked the question: was the Prime Minister behind this in her establishing this CyberLock company? You know, we want to know.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, I know. So, you know, and then with him now, with the Prime Minister supporting the candidacy of the disgraced former Speaker, Marisa Dalrymple Philibert, another thing, because here it is that he's supposed to be above board. You know, he's supposed to be clean. He's supposed to be transparent. Remember, he got the training, you know, he got the anti-corruption training and the good governance training.
Right.
And here it is that the man he's now taking somebody back, somebody who resigned in disgrace, somebody who is before the court right now. For what? For corruption. And I'm telling you, folks, you know, they say that you're innocent until proven guilty. Well, all I can tell you is go read the Integrity Commission's report. Just go read the report and examine the documents, or read about the documents. It's abundantly clear that something is wrong here. In fact, they could have, and I wrote to the Integrity Commission and asked them why they never charge her for lying before the tribunal, or lying, I forgot the exact thing, the exact provision, but they asked her, first they asked her in writing, and then they interviewed her. And her story was completely different from the first time they spoke to her to when she was interviewed. Completely different. And, you know, when I get home, I'm going to pull it up. We're going to show the people them.
That's right.
And here it is that the Prime Minister is saying she's backed by what? Popular demand, he said.
I don't know who those popular people are.
Yeah. It's all about, I think he wanted to say she's backed by political demand, not
That
by
must
popular
be
demand, because
by party demand.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to ask yourself, don't these people have anything named shame bag? Because you, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Dr. Ben, is there any part of the body named shame bag of Dr. Ben joining us? You have Dr. Ben joining us.
Not I know of at all.
Dr. Ben. Yeah. Kevin asked a question. I'm not there.
Yeah, he's there. You're muted though, Dr. Ben. And I'm hearing you.
Okay, I'm muted. Hold on.
Check your mic. Check your mic.
Well, let me check my settings.
No, I can't hear you yet.
Oh, Kevin, another thing where we don't want to talk about while Dr. Ben not checking mic is we want to talk about this national award and how they're seemingly at this point of no significance. They're completely watered down. When you can take the Order of Jamaica, one of, if not the highest order you can give to a civilian or a public servant, and then you take the Order of Jamaica and you give to Ambassador Audrey Marks, and you give to the Minister of National Security, Chang, Dr. Chang.
Yeah.
And also you give to my bridging over tourism, Minister Ed Bartlett.
You hearing me? Are you hearing
Ed Bartlett, we'll look at the numbers and the tourism, the way, and by the way, you know, personally I like his style, but if you look at his performance, it's something else. And then Minister Bartlett, me just want you to know, so we'll look at the Palmyra. We'll look at the Palmyra apartment thing, you know. We're going to pull up some documents and thing, and we want to see what happened over there. And we would I like to know if certain properties, if they were provided to the Integrity Commission in the statutory declaration, and we want to know where certain monies come from, because people are telling us things, and I say people, not person, not one person. People are telling us things, and so we're looking into it, and all we're doing, we're asking questions. We just hope that the Palmyra thing, that expensive apartment over there, we just hope that, you know, it has nothing to do with illicit enrichment. We're just hoping that. We're just hoping for that. But getting back to the award. How you can get, Kevin? Put yourself, Kevin, in the seat of the Prime Minister. Not this Prime Minister. No, just a reasonable Prime Minister of Jamaica.
Okay.
And then you look across the ministries and say, look, who's doing what, right? And you're very aware of what's going on with the Ministry of National Security. How could you give Dr. Chang the order of Jamaica? How? You just, by the way, you just done ball off of the man, you know, and disgrace him in the church about 2-3 weeks ago. Tell him to get up and go look on the pastor who dropped down, because, but you can't blame nobody, because you turned the doctor into a policeman. So he might think police in him head. Him not think medicine in him head. Because medicine said first thing is do no harm. And you can't watch somebody in a distress and sit down there. But him sit down there, I think
Jamaican
like
police
say,
protect your head.
He must sit down there and say, well, you're not shot fire, me no see nobody get stabbed, me no see nothing, the man just drop down. So I'm just sitting there and calm, you know, like everybody else on the front row. But how you give a man like that, how you give him the order of Jamaica? How?
Right.
And then Ambassador Archie marks, where she do forget that people are use this phrase now, what could I go so? My response is, I saw it go.
That's right.
I saw it go.
So
I saw it go. Friend and company thing. I saw it go.
So
friend and company and secrets.
Well, that's the way to keep it going. So Rebel, here we're going to know. We're going to bring on Dr. Ben.
Yeah, are you hearing me, Kevin? Are you hearing me?
I am not able to hear him, but everybody else can. So I'm going to work that out on my side.
You're hearing me?
And what I'm going to do is Dr. Ben and I are going to reason some way or another. I'm going to make it happen. And we'll wait for you to join us, make your way back from the hospital into the studio.
All right.
Again,
no problem.
Big ups to you for taking the time out to make sure that your people are right. See people,
right.
this is a real friend, right? So this guy, Rebel, this guy, yeah, man, real people that. All right.
All right, Bridget. Take care now.
Yeah, man. See you in a bit.
That's it.
All
All right. So,
Dr. Ben,
yes,
do you
are you
think?
hearing me?
I don't know why I'm not hearing you, but no, don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. I'm going to sort my part out. You go ahead and talk to the people then.
Well, I don't know if
because
I don't know if they're hearing me.
They can hear you.
Oh, they can hear me. They can hear me? Can they hear me? So, as usual, I'm very excited to be here. I'm just watching the chat. Oh, Serene says they can hear me. Very good. Wonderful. All right. So, it's again a pleasure to be here today.
Yeah,
Kevin,
man, they can hear you. They can hear
you. Right. As it relates to the show, because, before we share this evening, I wanted to talk about, even the recent award ceremony. And there's someone who I believe that should have been listed on the award ceremony who has not been listed. And I don't know if she's even recognized in any way. And as usual, I'm representing for health. She is Mary Sequel.
Start the things.
Uh,
Start the things.
Yeah, Mary C. Cole, I believe, is for those persons who did nursing, they would have heard about Mary C. Cole. For those who have been to the University of West Indies, um, they would have known about Mary C. Cole because there's a hall there named Mary C. Cole. But it's funny, not many people would want to let Jamaica and the world know that Mary C. Cole's contribution to nursing was in the area of herbs. She was a herbalist because she was trained by her mother. And so her mother used to run a hotel in Kingston. And the hotel that she ran was a pretty much decent hotel. And so at the time, most of her clientele were from the military. And so her mother was called the doctress because she basically offered her assistance to a lot of military persons. And so Mary C. Cole grew up offering her services. And so when the war came up, the Crimean War came up, she basically made herself available to serve. As a matter of fact, many of the young men that she was here serving in Jamaica, when she heard about the Crimean War, that is the war between England and Russia, she went abroad and she served. As a matter of fact, she made her services available. And back then, two things worked against her. One, she was black. Two, she was a woman. So Florence Nightingale, who was at the time in charge of the nursing services, didn't allow her to gain access. And what she did was that she funded herself personally. And when she went to Crimea, they still didn't want to utilize her services. So what she did was that she went to the front lines and she served, saving the lives of thousands of soldiers. So much so that when the war was over, she had lost everything because she had sold all her possession, all the asset that she had. She poured it into making herself available to serve. Thousands of lives were saved by her. And so when the war was over, she didn't have anything. She went back to England and she was supported by the Queen at the time. And she was also allowed to serve in a number of upper echelon areas. But her services was primarily based on herbs. All she knew was how to use herbs to basically save lives. And it is ironic how when she went back to England, she was given a heroine arrival, or she was given a heroine tribute. So this is somebody who I believe, if you're going to give the order of the nation, this is somebody who has served in a very, very deserving position. And I don't think she has ever gotten any award, any official recognition or award from Jamaica. And so if they're looking for somebody who should give recognition, this is somebody who I believe should be featured and should be awarded. There are many persons that Jamaica has given award to, but I think among the list of deserving persons, Mary C. Cole is one of the persons that has served as an ambassador of natural medicine on the global stage, and she should be recognized as such. You know, we have recognized language, we have recognized music, we have recognized so many areas. But it's sad that herbalism has not received any recognition any at all. So I believe that this is somebody who should be recognized because she has represented her country and she has represented well at the highest level and has gained recognition at the highest level. And unless it is that we don't want persons to know about the benefits of herbs, because maybe they don't want the world to know. By undermining her and keeping her a secret, they are in extension trying to suppress the knowledge of Herb. So I believe that she's somebody who should be given some recognition because of what she has done. There are many persons who I believe who got recognition who I don't believe was as deserving as Mary Sequel. Her story is not told. She's left out of the, for the most part, she's left out of the Black History Month February celebration. You know, she's not featured as much as she should, and I believe she has done a great work and should be featured as such. And so, you know, that's something that I wanted to throw in there, because I believe that we need to, somebody says Betty and Blaine as well. You know, there are some persons who have contributed significantly, yet these persons have not been recognized any at all. So I believe that something should be done about that.
Thank you, Doc. You know, I never really thought about her, but good call.
Yes.
Excellent call.
Yeah, she's recognized in England. You know, and it's sad again to see that she has more recognition in England than she has in Jamaica. And it's sad that we don't recognize our heroes as much as we do. They talk about Florence Nightingale, and we hear a lot about Florence Nightingale. And let me tell you something. Florence Nightingale has contributed to healthcare. But here's what Florence Nightingale has contributed. She has contributed a lot to the administrative structuring of nursing, because nursing, for the most part, back then, because they didn't understand that a lot of diseases were the result of poor hygiene or bacteria. When Florence Nightingale came on the scene, Florence Nightingale contributed a lot administratively to nursing. But in terms of patient care, as a matter of fact, there are many persons, Florence Nightingale, because of her administrative skills, she didn't believe that nurses should mingle too much with clients. And if you notice that, she called it fraternizing. She calls it fraternizing with the patients. And so you see that in our nursing programs, we don't see nursing, well, most clients, most persons believe that nurses tend to be very cold. Where did I get that from? They get that from the inherent structure of how nursing was developed following Florence Nightingale. Florence Nightingale had a very big problem with Mary Sequel, because, as a matter of fact, when the Queen decided to award Florence Nightingale the recognition that she did, she was very upset about it. She believed that Florence Nightingale was bringing nursing down, because she said that Florence Nightingale, that Mary Sequel was operating brothels, prostitute houses, and that she was using the proceeds from prostitution to support her nursing endeavors. And so it was, but this wasn't so. It was because Mary Sequel's approach to nursing was of such where she believed that when a person is ill or when a person is sick, the person doesn't just need assistance as it relates to the physiological or the biological needs. She believed that these persons were individuals, and so she believed in bonding with them, in talking to them, in sharing with them. This was called fraternizing by Florence Nightingale. And so she was somewhat envious of the relationship that Mary Sequel had with her clients, because she considered many of these clients as her sons, many of these soldiers as her sons. So she bonded with them in a way that made her more recognized than Mary Sequel. And so Mary Sequel got a lot of flagging for that. And so that is one of the inherent characteristics of natural medicine. Natural medicine doesn't just see persons as biological beings. We see them as social beings. We see them as spiritual beings. And so we believe that when a person is sick, the attention cannot just be on the biology of the person. The person is in need of support in other aspects of her life. And so it's sad that she has received so much flogging, both as a woman and as a black woman, and we have not done enough to highlight her contribution. We have not done enough to position her and to make proper lighting of what she has done. So, you know, there's a lot that needs to be done. And so when we talk about Mary C. Cole and when we talk about Florence Nightingale, I laud the work of Florence Nightingale, but I believe Mary C. Cole was more of a holistic practitioner. She brought more value to healthcare than what Mary C. Cole, what Florence Nightingale did. Because Florence Nightingale brought structure and administration, but Mary C. Cole brought so much more.
You know, as we're here and we mentioned soldiers and being administered, we have a former soldier with us backstage. Let me just bring him forward. Mr. Stafford Grant. Blessings, Stafford. I think you're muted. Let's go ahead and unmute you.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Listen, greetings to you all. Greetings to your listeners. Nice to be on. Doc, how are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Glad to be here.
Nice. Historian about the nursing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nursing, cool, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't believe that we have done enough to highlight the work of a heroine in our midst. It's sad that when we have persons like these who have done so much at Jamaica, we forget them. And I believe that we tend to want to focus on what, because they haven't seen how they can make money from positioning Mary C. Like how Bob Marley, they were fond of Bob Marley and reggae music, but as soon as it was obvious that it could be commercialized, they started to focus on him. And
yes,
they're going to commercialize him to the maximum. You know, they haven't seen how they can commercialize Mary C. Cole as yet and the work that she has done. So for now, she doesn't mean anything. And there are persons outside of Jamaica. She's more recognized outside of Jamaica. We knew that Marcus Garvey was also similarly affected. Marcus Garvey was not recognized as much in Jamaica, and some argue he may still not be as recognized in Jamaica as he is outside of Jamaica.
Don't you think that is like people like you and others who have that interest and know deeply should be able to push the initiative forward? Because if you know that it is so important, which it is, because of the historian thing, I know a lot about, well, I wouldn't say a lot about her. I read up about her, did a great amount of work, you know, within her time. But like with you who have that knowledge and the depth about her, you should be one up front with others as push initiative. Don't you think so?
Oh yes, oh definitely, and I am. You know, we have started a course in herbalism, and one of the first module in giving persons perspective as it relates to people who have contributed significantly. She's definitely one of the persons that we feature, and we also plan to do more. We want to have an event that is centered around Mary C. Cole and the work that she has done.
Yeah, that's good. In the medical field.
So, Dr. Ben, are you familiar with Stafford?
No, I'm not familiar with Stafford at all.
Well, let me give you a brief introduction, man. Here we go. Dr. Ben, meet Stafford. Stafford, meet Dr. Ben. Stafford,
Nice.
go ahead and tell Dr. Ben what it is that you do.
All right. Let me give him a briefing. As Kevin has said earlier on, a retired soldiers there. Now, I did 18 years in the JDF and structured out now. So here in the diaspora, I continue to serve my country and looking in depth of assisting the underserved communities, especially the elderly and the retired community, the disabled community. And I know it's not, they're trying to move away from the aspect of calling themselves disabled. They are just not able to do certain things,
Not able.
not able. So, and rightly so. There are a lot like that. We see that, but they do not use that, their unableness to, being a barrier. But we do a lot of charity work, and my aim is to help the communities. And we focus on educating the community. And in one way we do that is through the new form of introduction, the technology to the youths and anyone that within the age group that wanted to be a part of a coding program. We started coding. So we offer coding program to the inner communities. And we are in the Caribbean, not only in Jamaica.
Right.
Yeah, so we do that, and we do other charity work. We help in the community with things like wheelchairs, bumpers, crutches, etc. That elderly or the sick personnel would like some assistance with. So our foundation is the Jamaica Ex-Servicemen and Women Foundation, and my foundation is collaborating fully with any foundation who willing to work together. I believe in that. But at the moment, the lead organization out of Massachusetts is the Mr. Andrew Sharpe Foundation, Authentic Caribbean Foundation. And we just completed a conference on disability in Grenada just a couple of weeks ago. And we are now setting up a network within the Caribbean for disability network, that anyone at all who have the compassion and the empathy about working and advocating with people for disability, I will put the link in the chat that they can sign up and be a part of that network, the whole best we can assist people with living with disability, and also the elders, because the elders, they are the one that set the foundation for us, or else we wouldn't have it, we wouldn't have a country or anywhere to go. So we can't just look back and say, oh, there are old people must go out there. No, they said it. So we have to set a stand and assist them, that later on when we reach their stage or in their situation, the others that we set the principle for will be there to help. So basically, That's what I do, charity work. I'm well in the community, and we're looking to collaborate with anybody who are willing and have a mindset to help others. And we don't.
So you're based where? You're in Jamaica or you're in the US?
No, I am in the US. I'm in Pennsylvania, but I operate, most of our charity work is done in Jamaica. For the past, I would say 2.5 years, we have donated about 48 desktops and about 60 laptops to schools and churches and some organizations that are organized and having kids. Right now, we are in the process of putting a fundraising event to get another 100 and so desktop, because we are looking and creating a learning center. There's 5 learning center in the Augustown region. There are 5 communities that surround the Augustown areas. Because when they say Augustown, people might believe say just Augustown, but yeah, the Hermitage and Augustown and the other little other villages. So we want to have some learning centers there, of which we can invite other people up from outside coming in. The learning center is not only going to be for coding. It's a learning center. So even someone, which a lot of people don't understand right now, that a lot of kids in Jamaica graduating from high school are can't read that properly. So we want to have a continuation of after school program, weekend programs, and things like that as a learning center, to have the community being educated in many ways best we can. So this is one of the thing that the thing we do, and the advocating strongly for the disabled in Jamaica. We want to see the law that is there in Jamaica being enforced more, and our people be more aware of what the law is and how to treat our elderly and our disabled.
So let me ask, both of you this as it relates to an understanding based on how we talk. If we change up, and somebody had put it in the chat, if we change our jargon and start using words like physically challenged versus disabled, do you think there'd be a little bit more recognition of these individuals as individuals, two, recognition for their needs, that it's not quite the same as someone having an injury preventing them from doing something? Do you think we need to start changing the way we talk about them, how we classify them?
Yes, I would go with that. Changing the wording, yes, to say disabled is correct. They're working on that. And to say physically challenged is another aspect of it that some of the person who are enabled don't like to, because it's not everybody who is, you see, have a physical disability, or you can say physically challenged. Because what I learned from the conference and some of the people I see at the conference there, you would know if they didn't talk that they were diagnosed with a disability condition, and they were discriminated in their job and in the community when people realize that they are under that aspect or diagnosed to be disabled. So yes, it's the wording, how we use it, 100%. We have to try get ourselves to the point where we respect that, to say enabled person, they are not able to do what we can do, but it's gonna be a hard struggle there along the way to get that, but we have to try and practice it. And I agree too that it is something needed to look into.
Dr. Ben?
Yeah, I believe that definitions are, very important. A lot of persons who have challenges, and I prefer the word challenges, physically challenged, mentally challenged, because all of us have challenges, and it doesn't mean that we are not able to. It just means that it's a little more difficult for us to overcome it. Challenges also suggest that the issues that we have can be overcome. I prefer that, but I think what we need to do more is we need a lot more focus on the access. We're still seeing a lot of places not having the access for persons who are challenged to gain access to. Even as funny as it may seem, a lot of places in the tourism, that offer services to tourists are not accessible enough. So I think that's where we need to put more emphasis.
See, Monica Richards had put that it's special needs.
Yes, that's a good thing, because as there are schools and some organization, that's what they classify as students or people with special needs, and their special needs. And she's correct. I'm saying that, and that's the thing. And it is very nice to know that we have so many people within our society who are really knowledgeable and have that empathy about people with special needs, people who are in that situation. But what we would love to see is, like, our foundation here is more people to step up and work with us. That's why we're setting up this networking, because there are a lot of personnel that are living with special needs, not only in Jamaica, but as what we're experiencing and we are working on now is the Caribbean, that their family member, their caregiver, and people are taking care of them. Some of them not that I would say brave or have that thing to come out and speak. They have their personnel living in that condition, locked away in the home, or they don't want them to be inclusive because of the stigma. We want to have it that they have a support. We would love to see a lot more people step up to help them to come out to give them the support to be more inclusive in society and let them live. Because some of them are really talented. They are really good. They are brilliant. And they know there is a brother, sister in New York that someone reached out to me. That the mother was having some trouble with them. They were getting special teaching and things, but they weren't really going anywhere. And he heard about what I was doing with the coding program and asked what I can do to help them. I said, from the experience that I have and speaking with some of the professionals, technology and things like that is one of the things. That she said yes, because one of their therapists was said she used to get a tablet, but the tablet cannot hold or do the things, some of the things they can download enough to help them. So, I assisted them with 2 laptops, and it's about 5 months, 6 months going the line after I get a call. And they said they would like to, the kids would like to meet me and would to see me. I said, why? I would love to meet them too and think, oh, what can they do? And they are doing far better. Now they feel confident to be in a class because they're not being bullied or criticized by the others, say they can't read or they, and make a fun of them, because the laptop gives them more access to wider software, things they can download, and when they go to the program and they learn better from that. And the same thing in Jamaica. We donated to the Genesis Academy. And the teachers are really, the principal, they are really elated of how it is. And we are setting up a thing where we work more closely with them and other schools that have kids with special needs. And this is where our program is. We don't want to duplicate what is going on in society. We want to look at things that is not being attended to. And our kids need to be educated. We need to film, and not only those that are unable to do certain things, but there are a lot of kids out there that are struggling, and not because they don't want to do better, but the method and the way how they learn is different. And we find that helping them with computers and that. Right now we have in the program putting up to start in January, we have 9 more schools. We have 2 schools from St. Mary, Trelawny. This morning, the gentleman from Trelawny, I don't know how many of your listeners know about the Trelawny Foundation, FUTO, Friends of Trelawny, doing a wonderful job by the president, Mr. Goburn, and his team. And he let me know this morning there's a school that he wants us to be in with to help them to move the kids forward. And we are willing to do that. Yeah, so that's what we do, and we only need some assistance from the community on a whole, that we can do the work for them too.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the work. Thank you for the service that you gave before, and I thank you for the services that you're giving today in a different capacity. Doc, you've been busy for the past few weeks.
Yes.
Bring us up to speed a little bit about what's going on. Sure. One sec before you go on. I think this comment is for you, Stafford, to make sure that you're teaching the children civics and business. Although Stafford isn't the one that is doing the teaching. But I'm pretty sure he can get a word in somewhere along the line.
Yes,
but yes.
I definitely, that's a fact, and it's right, because we emphasize on civic. But what we would love for that, the person who mentioned that, yes, we would love volunteers to come in and help do that. Anybody, I'm going to put my information in the chat, and this is what we do. This is done virtual. So if the person who are a teacher in any specific area and wanted to work with us, just make contact, because our classes are virtual. And we have the system set up that even after the class is finished, the person others can go back to the cloud to follow up and learn and see what is there. So I'm going to put my information in chat, and I love that.
Now, does this person have to be a certified teacher, or can it be someone who has had experience in a particular area?
No, it don't have to be certified because our courses are not accredited. We want to give them knowledge and experience to move on and to really operate in the community. So we are not an accredited organization. So someone have some good knowledge and experience something, because the teachers who we have teaching the coding, they just graduate. Well, at the time when we started 3 years ago, they graduated from the Amber Heart Academy in Stony Hill. And they got a 1-year free course, because that's what goes on there in the Amber Heart Academy in Jamaica. Any student that sign up there get a 1-year free computer course there at Amber Heart. And when they graduated, they get a letter of internship. So everyone, I think every year they do maybe 100, 110 across. And when they graduated, they get a letter of internship. So they work anywhere in one of the banks or the entities in Jamaica. That's a program that the Jamaican authorities have set up from the COVID.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
but the course that they did is a accredited course. But the certificate that we give to these kids or these personnel attended the coding session is just a participation. So we give you the basic to go in, and you can use that to go do anything. You have an advanced knowledge. So anyone have experience in mental health or whatsoever to help to guide the kids or somebody, that's welcome.
Okay, excellent. Doc, I'm going to let you bring us up to speed with what is going on as I add Andrew to the stage. Andrew, we're going to get some details about you shortly. Welcome, Andrew. Hold on a minute. We soon talk with you. Dr. Ben, go ahead and update us, please.
Yeah, I'm passionate about what Mr. Grant is doing, because before I came into medicine, I spent maybe 10 years of my life exclusively just teaching reading. That's what I used to do. As a matter of fact, I used to work with students that had reading and learning challenges. And we had produced, and I had produced a program, and within that program was a component of the program that was geared towards the sociological effects of not being able to read. And again, this was a program that I developed because I learned to read when I was 12 years old. So I know what it feels like not being able to read and how it affects you, psychologically. So that's something at some point I definitely intend to go back to. But as it relates to health, one thing that we've been working on is that, again, because of my exposure to natural medicine and the fact that it is also a field that is not recognized. So we have created, what I've been busy working on is a program that is designed to teach persons how to become herbalists. So we've organized what is called Indigenous Caribbean medicine. You'll hear us talking a lot about it, Indigenous Caribbean medicine. And we in Jamaica and the Caribbean have a medicine that is distinctively Caribbean. So there's traditional Chinese medicine, and traditional Chinese medicine is not just about how people use, it's not about just using herbs. Within traditional Chinese medicine, it has a lot of Chinese philosophy in it. If you go to India, there's Ayurvedic medicine, which is, again, the use of herbs. But within the use of that herbs is the whole philosophical perspective that is from India. Now, and there's Kampa, and there's a number of other, what we call TCM, traditional medicine systems. They're called systems of using herbs. So looking at Jamaica and looking at the Caribbean, when I did my deep study on Jamaican herbalism, I realized that it wasn't just the fact that we use herbs. It was also the fact that we had a similar philosophical base with it. And so I've organized what I call indigenous Caribbean medicine. So indigenous Caribbean medicine is based on how the influence of the English, the British, it includes the influence of the Spaniards, it includes the influence of the Tainos, it includes the influence of the Africans. It's inclusive of the different entities that influence how we use herbs. And so that influence on the usage of herb is what I use to create what I call indigenous Caribbean medicine. So it's not just the fact that we use herbs, but how we use those herbs. And basically what I've done is I've organized a system of studying medicine. So what is uniquely distinctive about what we do is that if you study traditional Chinese medicine, it is based mostly on herbs from China. If you study Ayurvedic medicine, it's mostly based on herbs from India. We have Western herbalism, which is based on how the Indians also use herbs, is what is called Western herbalism. So most persons who are trained herbalists in this part of the hemisphere were basically trained as Western herbalists. So I myself studied like that. And so what happened is that if you are trained as a herbalist, most of the raw material is going to be herbs that comes from America. And if you are from Jamaica, or if you're from the Caribbean and you practice herbalism, like I was trained as a Western herbalist, I found that the raw material, so there's the prickly ash, there is most of the herbs that we are trained to use, the raw material, we have to import them. And we live in a country, in Jamaica and the Caribbean, where most of the herbs, we don't know how to use them. We literally don't know how to use them. Correct. We don't know how to farm, because we don't know how to use them. It means that we have a herbalism that has not developed, it has not advanced in the last 50 years. The same thing that was around 50 years ago is the same thing we have pre-independence, it's the same thing we have post-independence. Nothing has been added to that knowledge base. Even though we have the University of the West Indies that has done a tremendous amount of research in terms of the plants of Jamaica, that knowledge has not been passed down to us as a population. There's nothing that we know more now than we did pre-independence. And so what I've done is that I've put together a course that really allows persons now to know how to use herbs. So one of the things that we have done is that most of the herbs that are in Jamaica, most of the medicinal herbs, we've identified them not only by their common names, but their scientific name. Once we have done that bit amount of work, we have now gone into the medicinal uses of those herbs in terms of the herbal actions. And so because of that knowledge, even persons in Jamaica who practice traditional Chinese medicine or Ayurvedic medicine can benefit from that body of knowledge. And so we have created, I believe, something that is brand Caribbean, brand Jamaica, brand Trinidad, brand Barbados. We can now begin to train our own healers. As much as what Mary Sequel did, there's not much document for what, the knowledge that Mary Sequel had. We have created a course, a herbalism course, that is designed to teach herbalism from a Caribbean perspective. That's one. And then two, we have created an entity now that is designed to preserve that knowledge and to make sure that that knowledge is passed down from generation to generation.
So what kind of qualifications do you need to have to take this course?
High school diploma. Because
successfully completed high school.
Successfully completed high school. Hold on.
Got you.
Yes. So we have, once you finish high school, then you are able to use that knowledge. You're able to join the program. Because remember now that there are a lot of skillful herbalists that have not even gone to school any at all. They can't read and write. And we don't want persons to feel intimidated that because they can't read out, because we have to have standards, yes, but we also have to balance that with the fact that there are persons who have knowledge but maybe can't read and write at a certain level, you know,
Which
as
would be
well.
important in administering herbs
Definitely,
and such to the
definitely,
human
definitely,
body.
definitely.
Now, the since Andrew is on the roll, because we see him rolling along, boxing gloves and all, getting ready to fight. I don't know who he's about to fight, but we're going to find out right now. Andrew, welcome to the broadcast, sir. I know you're here rolling with your par in P, Mr. Stafford Grant. So, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Rattigan will be joining us at some point in time before the Amen. If it's even for the altar call. But go ahead and introduce yourself. We've been hearing about you from last week, so let's get a little bit of who Andrew Sharpe is.
Are you hearing me now? Can you
Yes,
hear
man,
me?
loud and clear. Loud and
Oh,
clear.
okay. I had an earpiece in, so I just wanted to make sure. Andrew Sharpe here, the chairman of the Authentic Caribbean Foundation and a fellow Jamaican who resides in Boston, Massachusetts, and run a non-profit organization which is the Authentic Caribbean Foundation, supporting kids with disabilities and also supporting the Caribbean American diaspora that are based in Mass. So that's a little bit of me. I could give more.
Yes, please do.
Um,
Don't be shy.
yeah. So yeah, born in Jamaica, but migrated about 25 years ago. Well, all my family lives in the U.S. and other areas of the diaspora. So I have the opportunity to do a lot of work in the philanthropy field in Boston. And, it's a pleasure to be on the program. I know I've been missing coming on the program for quite some time. I should have been on, but,
Yes.
it's a perfect time now. So I'm happy to be on to
No
share
time like the present.
details on, right, to share some
So
of
let
the
me ask
work
you,
that we've been doing.
what was it
Go
that got
ahead.
you involved in this work?
Well, transitioning to become a U.S. citizen, I didn't want it to waste my time sitting down doing nothing. So, and mass is a state for education. So, I was able to go and do a philanthropy course on how to operate a nonprofit organization. Actually, how to
Okay.
start a nonprofit organization. There are workshops in mass that they do provide, and it's free. And I decided that was something that I wanted to do. I didn't want it to go to do a for profit business, um, especially first time coming to the US, not aware of how tax process goes and how the system runs. So it was more important that I add that also to my resume because I have finance and tourism as my two major, and there was something that I really wanted to add to it, which was great to have philanthropy and also working in the community when I used to live in the Caribbean, and now to come and actually do community work has been great. It has been a great experience, and Mass is one of the places that has the highest philanthropy um, organizations that do great work worldwide. So it was important for me to just get into that field, and I'm glad I did because I've learned so much in terms of how a nonprofit operates and the importance of giving back to the community, which a lot of people, especially Caribbean folks, sometimes we don't see them doing a lot of giving back. So I was happy to be able to spearhead. When I came here, Caribbean American community was not as vibrant as it is now because
Mm-hmm.
of the work that's been done in the field to really one elected officials who are of Caribbean descent, and to ramp up the brand, the Caribbean brand, the Jamaica brand in mass. And that's when you look at the amount of restaurants now we have and the amount of shops and um, the amount of persons, we're the fourth largest Caribbean American community in the United States, falling right after Connecticut, Hartford. Um, it was really good to be able to support our Caribbean American community.
Okay. So what kind of work have you been doing? What have you been doing in giving back? What are some of the things that we need to be aware of that is going on with you and possibly want to get involved in?
Well, every nonprofit should has a mission, and our mission was, as again, is disability, but we based it off of two crucial element with regards to policy, U.S. Caribbean strategic policy. Those pillars include health and education. So we base it off of education, our program, and health. Um, Education with regards to our program, which is learning disability, and
Mm-hmm.
the other one is Kids for Arts. Those are those two regarding to the health initiative that the education initiative that we continually do, and then the health initiative is the pediatric equipment. So, for instance, we know persons with disability are always going to need equipment, walkers, wheelchair, and the other aspect of equipment that is needed for persons with disability. So that's how we created the pediatric equipment program, which we support the Caribbean with any assistance regarding medical equipment that they might require once we get it, once we source it. So we have donated electric wheelchairs to different Caribbean countries. During the hurricane, we ensure that the disability community is replaced with their equipment, and we continue to ramp up training, but not just only for Caribbean American folks here in Mass, but also in the region. So for the past 4 years, we have taught 800 teachers for neurodiversion inclusive classroom training in partnership with Massachusetts University, and bringing the resources that we can to impart to persons in the Caribbean. And then another great program we did with Stafford, which was the coding, as what he was talking about. So we know that technology is advancing and no one should be left out. So we were able to do the first Caribbean disability coding class um, with those kids in the special needs schools throughout some of the OECS countries. Um, and then too, we also provide um, first and second generation um, kids who are here in the US to ensure that they don't lose their heritage. So, for instance,
Mm-hmm.
we do programs, after school programs like the Maypole. We do Moko Jambi, Stilt Walkers course, and we ensure that they are familiar with some of the legends, Miss Lou and Paul Kings Douglas, who have set the trend for our cultural heritage. That is one of the strongest now in the world, especially Miss Lou. Give credit to our late Honorable Louise Bennett Coley, who have really laid the foundation for Jamaica dialect and our rich cultural heritage, and many, many others. So we try to make sure that we remind our first and second generation kids about their rich Caribbean heritage, and by providing programs in school, after school program for them to learn more about their cultural heritage in the schools.
Well, let me take an opportunity to introduce the Dr. Ben. Stafford met him earlier. They had a little chit chat going on. And I'm pretty sure that they're going to get connected. Dr. Ben is, you caught some of what he was saying about his involvement with holistic medicine and what he's looking to do with teaching individuals to learn and administer holistic medicine and practices. So yeah, it's a little bit of a journey, a little bit of a trek to go from early education to get to that point. But it's the journey of 10,000 miles starts with one step, and this is where we get started with initiatives like these, helping youngsters to learn. And Dr. Ben just told us there are some people that are still kind of getting their mind right and wrapped around the idea that Dr. Ben learned how to read at age 12. So there's no stopping you when you've been given the tools to excel. All you need is someone to hand you those first set of tools, give you the right foundation. And hats off to you, gentlemen, doing this work. And I'm pretty sure it's not easy. And how long have you been doing this, Andrew?
Our nonprofit has been around for 11 years.
Okay.
So yeah, I think after 10 years, really made a mark. To reach 10 years is a milestone for the work, because we rely on funding, rely on support from the community, and they always say small business and minority business closed down within a 5-year period. So we have
Right.
always looked at sustainability in terms of where we want to take the nonprofit, and also ensuring that we have a competent and a good team to work with, who wants to really push the mission that we're doing.
So,
For us to we take advantage of resources for Caribbean American folks. So like what you said with the other doctor, that was something that we also in we focus on in terms of our Caribbean American community here, accessing resources. So we have been able to be the pillar of resources for Caribbean community. So for instance, when the census came around, our organization played an important part to get our Caribbean American people counted. When the vaccine COVID came around, we had to support our community in terms of resources for them. Um, Same thing with new arrivals. For those persons who are undocumented who need support. Sometimes it's just educating our people is crucial. Where can they get assistance for food? List of pantry. Where can they get assistance for legal aid? Where can they get assistance to get SNAP, to be registered for the SNAP program, which is the food assistance? If they have a baby or a child, how we can get them, get the kids into school. So those are crucial things that we support for our Caribbean American community, and I can say it has paid off really really good, because to be able to get a letter from the President of the United States, Joe Biden, for the work that we've been doing in the community is really something that I can brag about because we didn't even know that we would have gotten a letter from the president on the work that we've been doing in the community. So I'm really happy to see the recognition or labor or tireless sleepless night is not in vain. We were recognized by the president
That's
of
right.
the United.
Kevin,
Congratulations. Yes.
can I just break here and say something? Which you have not known, and I doubt if Andrew would even get to bring it up. But the work that Andrew is doing there, I think that people would like to really, he should put his email and website in the chat because he have program like Rumfest and the
Yeah.
Caribbean flag raising thing in Massachusetts. And these things are big things that create a lot of buzz from elected officials. And a lot of our Caribbean people want to know more about what is going on and what they can attend, especially during the summer. So something like that, because I was trying to get our Caribbean people, especially Jamaicans in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia area, to invite Andrew to bring the Rum Fest thing here in this region because the amount of Jamaicans and Caribbean. So something is new like to be. So Andrew needs to really either he put it in the chat and expound on that because it's great work they're doing there in Massachusetts.
Well, I can tell you this. Someone did ask where in Boston your business is, Andrew. So you have
I
some
mean,
information to share.
right. As I said, we always try to push Caribbean as much as we can. In mass. We have been just creating opportunities. As I said, we do 12 events a year. We do three major festivals. As what Stafford said, it's all about the brand, the Caribbean brand, and that was something that we wanted to highlight was products of Caribbean, and one was the rum, and that's how we ended up creating the Caribbean Rum and Food Festival to really highlight some of our products that is that people are not aware of. For instance, when we do cocktails like painkiller or tropical breeze or made a surprise. Those things people see on the cookies when they arrive, but actually showcasing here at the festival at the Rum Festival, people are ooh and all by it because they didn't even know that in the Caribbean we have so many different cocktails that are made from our rum, and I mean the region is gifted because of the slave trade that we had, the plantations that we had across the Caribbean, all these plantations who produces high quality rum, which is one of our major export. And sometimes I wish the Caribbean can wake up and really invest more in trade because and export because the United States is a prime market where persons buy a lot and want to buy more Caribbean products. So we've been just featuring that through our Caribbean Rum and Food Festival. Even if the supplier is not at the event, we always featured their products. So for instance, again, I'll shout out, and if Red Stripe is listening, they need to come on board. Nobody knew about Red Stripe Rum Punch. Nobody knew about Red Stripe Sorrel. We introduced that at the festival, and people were buying it up like crazy. I know a lady who introduced it to me, and when she buys from the liquor store, it goes like, when they get it, it goes like hot bread. So we encourage these companies to invest more to I don't know what they're doing with their Northeast representation, but more is need to be done because you have over 7 million Caribbean American folks who can purchase Caribbean products, and we still don't even have 40% of the products here in the United States being sold. The only one that is predominant is Grace, and Grace is aggressive, but the rest is sitting down and sleeping. So we always try to introduce new products to these markets because one again is not a low market. We're talking about high, medium, and high spending money. People with money up this side in the Northeast who don't even question the cost of a product. They just pick it up and buy it. So, we want to encourage those who can export look towards Northeast because the opportunities are here. Not just only the Caribbean folks. I mean, as I said, there's 7 million Caribbean folks live in the US. So imagine 7 million buying products, and that doesn't
Right, right.
include friends of the Caribbean are those people who want to also buy the product. So, we try our best to highlight as much Caribbean as possible, and it has been successful. We do a lot too. We do so much more. Sometimes we don't even realize the amount of impact we have made in the community. I know people when I go around, they can say, yes, that's the Caribbean guy. That's the Caribbean guy. Because I'm all about pushing the Caribbean. And, we're the safest place. And two, we have both services and products that we export. And for instance, services is our own people who comes here and do work, or those who are studying, who comes up to study in the university. Those kids we also support in those student clubs and so much more. I mean, just recently we had the Counselor General here, and I was the first one she called because my number is on speed dial for most of the embassies if they need assistance with
Oh,
regards to the
nice.
Caribbean community. They reach out to us, including our mayor and our governor and our governor from Massachusetts. If something happens with Caribbean, they always reach out to us to get the information. And I must say, we have really created one of the most important things is creating a database. And sometimes we don't have the database, but we at Authentic Caribbean Foundation, we created a database so we could tell you where are people at, how many business, how many restaurants, how many student clubs, Caribbean student clubs. We could tell you by population, by breaking it down by islands and where the predominant um, islands country people live, like Jamaican. You have a lot of Jamaicans in Worcester, Randolph, Boston, Cambridge, and Lynn and Lawrence. Those are predominantly where Jamaican reside because we work with the census data and we have the database because you have to be guided by data. If you don't have the data, how are you going to support and provide services without the data?
Correct. Well, I tip my hat to you, sir. 11 years in doing this thing. And what were you doing before getting into this?
Well, my background is accounting, so I used to work for Coopers and Lybrand. That's where I got my business background, and then also in the Caribbean, it's always either you go into tourism or you go into business, and I did both. So coming from the tourism um, field, and I did mostly community tourism. Like I must give hats off to Diana McIntyre Pike, who is one of those community tourism driven person. I've done a lot of work on that. The importance of the community being involved is crucial in tourism. Bed and breakfast, setting up bed and breakfast people utilizing their homes to transform. I remember those days with TPD4 doing training for those who want to put their house in on a bed and breakfast. And
Mm-hmm.
also working in marketing. So I was able to visit a lot of countries promoting the Caribbean brand. So that's just where my background um, based on which now has really helped me to succeed in the work that I'm doing. I still work part time in tourism, but my life is devoted to the philanthropy work because the need is great. There's so many needs and so many things to be done, especially in disability community. And I must say, I'm really happy to connect with Stafford too. As I always say, I'm passionate about Jamaica, and Stafford has been devoted to Jamaica. Sometimes Jamaica can be rough, but
That's right.
me and Stafford really working it from a community base to ensure that the people are not left out, especially the disability community. Big up to Stafford to joining us for the Caribbean Disability Conference that we have. And I'm not just only about talking, I'm a doer. Um, for instance, the hurricanes that were affected in both Jamaica, Carriacou, Grenada, Union Island, St. Vincent. We've been working with those countries to ensure that the kids get back their backpack. We make sure that the schools get back the roofs. We ensure that we work with the principal to support whatever needs to happen. And we're looking at what else can we do to expedite the recovery process for persons who have been through the hurricane. And you know how the region we always work very slow. So the
Mm-hmm.
importance of the diaspora playing a role to getting them back up because the recovery process for me sometimes takes forever. One, because of the red tape for the disbursements of funds that has been allocated for persons to get back up on their feet,
Mm-hmm.
and two, the the lack of information, especially the lack of information to the disability community because of no material being given to them in their language. So, for instance, the deaf community ASL, the Braille community, the blind community for the Braille, and those kind of things. So sometimes we forget about those um, marginalized population, and they too need support and help.
Alrighty. So here we've gotten Stafford has passed on his information to us. Um, we have Stafford Grant, president of Jamaica Ex-Servicemen and Women Foundation, and phone number there. A couple of phone numbers to reach him, and an email, a couple of emails. So we're gonna need to get your information, Andrew. I guess we won't be getting Andrew's information right now because Andrew just disappeared on us.
It might just come back, man. I'm sure. Maybe some internet issue.
Yeah, yeah, more than likely.
But I'm proud to see Jamaicans contributing so much, and not just to Jamaica, but I know this he talks a lot about the Caribbean on a whole. So
Yes,
it's not just representing Jamaica, but brand Caribbean as well, which is phenomenal.
correct.
And it talks a lot about the demographic of the Caribbean, and you know, definitely his information is something that would be of value to us. So that's something that we need to get, because these are persons that when we go, because one thing that we do is that when we go abroad, We like to connect with persons like these because when we go abroad, we do a number of workshops, we do a number of um, herb walks, and that is something that I believe that we can't allow that to be lost from us. We as Caribbean people, when we
Yes,
talk
yes.
about our health care, the minute we get sick, um, one of the first thing that comes to us as Caribbean people is the natural remedy. What is the natural remedy that we can get for this? What is the natural remedy that we can get for that? And especially for Caribbean persons in the diaspora, they are significantly disadvantaged because they are, for the most part, cut off from access to what they would typically be, they would have access to. So it's good in connecting with them and showing them to some extent what is available and what can be used and how it can be used. He's back.
Yes, and
Yes.
I agree with you. And that's why I keep saying it's so important. For instance, you talk about the herbs. One of the things that I encourage a lot of the companies that sell the fever grass and those things that package those stuff continue to export it, because when we go into, for instance, we have a supermarket called American Food Basket, and most of
Mm-hmm.
their products comes from Central America and South America, and that's what we have to rely on to get our stuff. So, for instance, a cercity bush or a lemongrass or fever grass bush, a lot of us go into, they sell it in the supermarket, but again,
Right.
you can't even get the Jamaican product because again, the lack of vision by some of these persons to tap into new markets. I keep saying to them, yes, New York is a market, but also you have Northeast, you have other regions like Hartford, Boston, Rhode Island. For instance, Boston is the hub for all of those other areas. So for instance, people in Maine come to Boston to shop. People in New Hampshire come to Boston for shop. Sometimes we in Boston go to Hartford to get stuff. So focusing on these markets, not just the general market of Florida and New York. I know now there's a bigger thing now for Atlanta, Georgia, because Georgia, a
Mm-hmm.
lot of persons from the Northeast have moved to Georgia. So the demographic has changed for Georgia, but they still have to look at these markets that is untapped, that needs products. And me tired of talk sometime. Let me go into part, but me tired of talk that they are neglecting some of these markets. One thing I can tell you though, not Jamaica Tourist Board. Jamaica Tourist Board is on top of it, and I'm bigging up Jamaica Tourist Board who have really supported diaspora organization, and they know it. They know the
Mm-hmm.
market. They're everywhere. You go everywhere, you see a Jamaica brochure. Even us, we carry the Jamaica brochure and put on our table, and that's the first thing persons pick up. So Brand Jamaica is doing well from the Jamaica Tourist Board perspective because they fall if they look at various market, they leave no market out. They're everywhere, every market from Maine for right down. Um, my friend Chris, who is in the Midwest, he's doing over Illinois and Missouri and those places. Those are large markets, and sometimes we got to do the research. Again, data. We're not driven by data, and that is the problem in the region. And if we're going into a market to sell products, we got to look at the data. Let me give you an instance. I start to work with Missouri. When I told people that there is 15,000 Caribbean folks living in the state of Missouri, a lot of people like, huh? Jamaica is the number one. Jamaica is number one
Missouri?
in terms of Missouri. Yep, Kansas City, Missouri, and also what's the other one? Where the arch is. Oh, I can't remember the second city. But Kansas City, Missouri, and the state of Missouri. Kansas City alone have about 5,000 Jamaicans.
Missouri is a little bit too cold for me.
Yeah, man.
I'd be more like misery.
I love the way this gentleman thinks. I love the way he's driven by data because for me, I
Yes.
believe in that so much. You're able to. What I say to the person is there is actually something worse than feeling, and what's worse than feeling is failing and not knowing. And see, once you're driven by data, even if you're failing, you know. So even failing becomes an asset because there's so much you can learn from that in terms of how to adjust yourself moving forward. So I love you're definitely somebody who I definitely need to connect with. Sir Andrew. And every time I come on, he's gone.
Every time we mention something about connecting,
He disconnects.
I don't know. Stafford, if you can hear us, I'm just waiting to see
When
some
he
life
comes back,
from you
because
to
that's when he's gonna come
reconnect you.
back. Then he could just put it in the chat, and then from the chat you could just make it available publicly. But I love I love the fact that he has done so much work, and he can validate what he has done because he has the data to show it. You know, so
Yes.
that is so significant, so significant. But yeah, I believe that there is so much that needs to be done, and so much that is being done. Especially where one thing that we're looking forward to doing, because as I said, we've been busy getting the school up, and now that we've gotten that out of the way, one of the things that we wanted to because a lot of persons who try to reach me. It's very difficult. I have so little time because I work with so many persons, and so it's critical for me to duplicate myself. What I've been doing is I don't mind seeing one or two persons, but what I prefer to do is to duplicate myself, and so that's what we've been doing. And so even with this school out of the way, one thing that we want to look forward to is doing more herb walks, is connecting more with persons in New York, in Boston, Florida. Because funny enough, when I come, I do spend a lot of time in Boston, do spend a lot of time in Florida, do spend a lot of time in New York. I'm looking for those areas to be, what do you call it now? Place where we can connect with persons. He talked about Boston being a connection point where a person from Hartford and other places could just connect there. We are looking for some places like that where we can meet with our persons, and I'm looking to see that it's not just adults. I want to see parents bringing out children to be able to connect with herbs, to connect with plants, because that is something that we don't want lost. We don't want that knowledge being lost, where our children are not being brought into the value and the benefits of plants. Jamaica is one of the few places where if you come, the average Jamaican child, the average young person, if you just tell me 5 or 6 herbs, they can tell you right off the bat. That is something that may not seem significant, but it is extremely significant because it goes to show that we still have a lot of our children who are somewhat connected to that knowledge.
Yes.
Most places you go
Yes.
in the world and you ask a child to say, tell me 5 herbs, they don't know. They don't know.
Well, I can't tell you 5 herbs. What do you mean?
5 herbs, I'm sure you can. It's just that some of the herbs that you think about, you don't consider them to be herbs because they're not used medicinally, they're used maybe in a culinary way. So if I even just mention culinary, right away you can tell me some herbs.
You mean like rosemary and
Yes.
thyme and
Yeah?
chat room? Help me out here. So we have rosemary, we have thyme, I'm just thinking about seasonings as
Yes.
we go
What
along.
about some foods? If you think about some foods, you'll achieve that 5 even easier. Kalalo.
Food.
Yeah, kalalo.
I just seriously basil mint. Thank you. That's why I
Yeah.
love the chat room. You know.
Yeah.
So okay. So we'll talk about let your food be a medicine and your medicine be a food.
Right.
Let me not leave out moringa. Cheese and peas. Look at that ginger.
Yeah, man.
Come spinach. Bring it.
Yeah,
People
man.
don't
Yeah,
know
man.
the thing.
All those foods. They're herbs.
Maybe mechanical.
They can be used. They can be used medicinal. The cabbage. They can be used medicinally.
Cabbage. I've
Pak choy.
for a long time now.
Kale.
I've heard people talk about using cabbage soup as a weight loss method. I might be going off on a tangent here, but since we're touching on it, cabbage soup for weight loss, doc. Let me put on my Tuesday night healthy love on the night shift to DJ Kevin Stew hat right now. Talk to me a little bit. And for those who are out there that are looking to go on the weight loss tip, cabbage soup on or a cabbage soup diet for weight loss. Any merit to it?
Yes, definitely. And I should say that, funny enough, that this is the reason why this knowledge is so important, Kevin, because recently, if in our field recently, there have been some regulations about weight loss. There are regulations about weight loss, and there are regulations about weight loss products, regulation against fertility products. So more and more, some of the issues that are affecting us, regulations are putting muzzles on us that we can't talk about them. We can't make them available. And in the very near future, most of what is going to become issues for us health-wise, regulations won't allow us to talk about them. One. And two, regulation is also going to allow us that if we make products available to persons, we're going to have to reduce the potency of it. That is where we're going. But as it relates to cabbage, cabbage has what we call, it has some anti-inflammatory properties to it. And if you use it, so if you make a juice from it, it's juicing cabbage. It's exceptionally good for helping persons to lose weight. Just juicing it. The cabbage leaves, especially the more greener parts of the leaves. It's exceptionally good for helping with weight loss. But when we talk about
might as well you eat it. Then might as well you eat it.
No, it doesn't work the same, because when you juice it, you're actually making it into a liquid form where it's easier for the body to utilize the benefits.
To absorb.
Yes, when you're eating it, you're putting your stomach through a lot more work, so it works very differently, even though it's cabbage.
I tell people all the time now, I prefer to drink my fruits than to eat it, although eating your fruits have its benefits. Wendy Gray says cabbage helps my stomach. So
Yes.
Wendy, do you have a stomach issue?
Yes.
And how do you, what kind of stomach issues does cabbage help with, Doc? I know you didn't come
It
prepared
helps
for
a lot
that.
with burning, especially stomach acidity. So it helps a lot with stomach acidity. So if you get the cabbage and if you just boil it in water, just boil it and eat it, it helps tremendously. And it helps also with a number of joint inflammations. For persons who are having pain in their knees or pain in their joints, cabbage helps well. If you just get something and roll it and break it up and put it over the area, get a plastic wrap and wrap it, then it has anti-inflammatory properties in the cabbage that will take away the pain.
So, well, okay. So it has anti-inflammatory properties when juiced or or made into a soup versus when eaten raw?
Yes, yes. There's also fermenting it also has a number of benefits for the stomach as well. So you can get the cabbage and you can put it in a jar and it begins to produce fluid. And once it is covered in that fluid, the bacteria that is created in that process is also very good for the stomach as well.
But doesn't it have a little funky smell when you get to that point?
Yeah, because it's fermented. So just like how people eat, a lot of fermented foods. Fermented foods, one of the reasons why it's funky is because of the bacteria. But those bacteria are helpful bacteria, not harmful. They're helpful bacteria that helps the stomach as well. So a lot of persons with stomach acidity, and we see stomach acidity accounts for a lot of the persons that we see. A lot of persons out there have stomach acidity because more and more the stomach is faced with foods that have so many different foreign entities in it that the stomach ends up being acid. A lot of what we eat are acid forming, so it forms an acid after you eat it. And I say, what is that? Talk about sauerkraut. That's the name for the
This
fermented cabbage.
extend. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So okay, because I kind of like sauerkraut,
yeah, man.
and people look at me strange because I said I like
Nice to
sauerkraut.
make a sandwich with, man.
But yes, yes. Funny enough, I used to go to a store and they would have hot dogs laid out, and I'm not much for processed meats. On an odd occasion, I might have a hot dog, and I had a hot dog, and I put my sauerkraut on it, and my coworkers would look at me and go, "You really eat that stuff?" And then I look at them, and I look at me, and I look at them, and I say, "That's why I look like this, and you look like that."
Right. And by the way, in Jamaica, in our culture, we make a lot but we make it from tonics. So our Jamaican tonics is really the result of fermentation. So we ferment roots. So the fermented
Got you.
root that we take is not only beneficial because of the herbs, but also because of the process by which it goes through. It creates a lot of helpful bacteria for the gut as well. So our roots tonic is also a very good remedy for a number of stomach issues because the process of how it's made is fermentation. So there's a lot of helpful bacteria that's found in it as well.
You see, I like this group here, because they're not bashing me with the sauerkraut. We're all on the same boat. We all love sauerkraut. Now, fermenting foods, it's one of those things that has in recent times become kind of a fad. People are getting on board with this, but people have been doing this forever.
For years in a number of cultures,
Yes.
fermented foods mostly came from the cultures in which, especially the cold cultures, like parts of Europe. When it became very cold, they had to find ways to preserve their food, and so fermenting was a form of how the foods were preserved. Canning, as well as fermenting.
But when it's cold, you don't have to worry about preserving food. It's cold.
No, vegetables was preserved that way. No, not the meat, but vegetables. So there would be
Yes.
fermented forms of food from the vegetables in order to have access to it during the cold times.
Are there some vegetables that are better fermented than others? In your recommendation, would you say, you know what, there are these vegetables, I wouldn't recommend you ferment these. Just have them as is, or you can make them in a soup or something. But these other ones, yes, definitely go with those. Ferment them.
I mean, nothing comes to my mind, but of course, fermented vegetables should not replace fresh vegetables. Because whereas fresh vegetables provide certain needs that the body has, in the same way, fermented vegetables provide certain needs. So Once you ferment the food, it's more bacteria, and I mean, too much of nothing is good. So fresh vegetable has its place, and fermented vegetables has its place. Fermented
All right.
foods has its place.
Big up
Cheese
to
is
all the fresh
also a
vegetable
fermented
them.
food. Cheese is also a fermented food because of the process. It's actually fermented milk.
Yep. Okay. All right. Let's talk about that for a little bit, because we are recommended to watch our dairy intake. Yes.
Yes.
So now we're getting into cheese, and especially when it come around to Easter time, everybody want them cheese, feed to them bun, and the cheese is has to be a nice golden yellow, but we're not drinking golden yellow milk.
No. So there are different types of cheese, as you know, and there are different types of cheese in that the process by which is involved in making the cheese, as well as the source. So there's goat
Right.
milk cheese, there's cow's milk cheese, and there are different types of cheese, you know.
I love
So
goat cheese.
yeah, so depending on the process determines the quality and depending on the type of the cheese. The yellow cheese that you're talking about is maybe one of the worst one to eat, because you know, almost immediately after eating that cheese, especially for those persons who have issues
Lactose
with
intolerance.
sinus or issues with mucus, you're going to notice that you get all this mucus very suddenly. And so
Right.
there are some cheeses, that have a low mucus forming ability, and there are some cheeses that have a higher mucus forming ability. So I would recommend, you know, that you pay attention to that. So there's, for example, goat milk cheese, which is much healthier than cow's
Right.
milk cheese. There is you know, I'm not a cheese specialist, but cheese has the ability to encourage mucus formation, and so for persons who have underlying mucus issues, they should really avoid it. It has
So, as a general rule of thumb, would you say cheese that is closer to its original form, so as in color, would be better off for you than those of any other color? So the whiter cheeses versus the more
the
colorful
yellow
ones.
cheeses.
Yeah,
Those are better. There's a lower mucus forming than the more yellow ones.
got you. Now, stomach issues. You mentioned them earlier, that a lot of your clients, a lot of the clients that you have coming with stomach issues. These, and this is in Jamaica, are your international clients?
Internationally, one of the major issues that we see persons with is stomach related gut issues.
So what is the common thread?
Acidity, because a lot of what we eat is acidic. A lot of the foods that we eat is acidic in nature, or acid forming. So with the amount of acids that the body is bombarded with on a daily basis, the stomach can't handle it, and so the stomach becomes acidic. So a lot of the people that we see at the core of the stomach issues is acidity. Then there is malabsorption, because a lot of people's stomach lining is damaged, that they can't absorb nutrients in the amounts that they should, and so they become deficient in nutrients. We have constipation, which is maybe the third highest issues that we have, because a lot of people eat foods that don't have enough fiber in it. And so we're seeing a lot of people with constipation issues or reduced bowel activity movement, which now leads to the fourth challenge, which is a high level of parasites. And Mark, all of these that I've mentioned have a whole host of issues connected to them. Because malabsorption, stomach acidity has, headaches. It has, the fact that you can't eat so many different foods. All of these issues within themselves have a whole host of other sub-factors connected with them. So there are a lot of persons who have poor health because of a number one root cause, which is stomach issues.
Going and connecting with the chat room here, some of the comments and questions. How about vegan cheese?
Vegan cheese is a lot less mucus forming. That's where you're running away from, mucus.
So, what are some of your vegan cheeses? I'm thinking about it now.
Soy base, soybean.
Okay, so soy. Let's talk soy. I personally look at soy and I kind of shy away because of its estrogen-like properties.
Yeah.
But talk to me.
Well, you know, soy is something that is not what it used to be. For example, the soy that we now use is genetically modified. It's not the soy that was available back then. And so because this soy is genetically modified, it's also, you know, grown with lots of chemicals and so on. And so that now affects the hormones of both males and females. So that is something that, you know, I have to caution persons about the effects of soy. Women with fibroids and men with low ability to reproductive abilities, low sexual drive and so on. So a lot of that has been linked to soy. I see somebody said that Crohn's disease is a chronic inflammatory bowel disease that causes inflammation in the digestive tract. That's another disease. Oh, by the way, that's another inflammation. That's another condition that we see so many persons with, that we have an excellent program for. Excellent program. Most persons who have Crohn's disease, they either need a surgery. The options are surgery to remove certain parts of the colon.
Parts of the intestine?
Right? Or medication for life. There is a natural therapy that we use that for most persons, maybe one session is needed. I recommend 3, but mostly 1 session is needed. Just this week, we saw somebody who had eaten some jerk meat, and because of that, they were seriously affected. And I mean, anybody know what Crohn's is? It's a very uncomfortable inflammatory condition where persons go to the toilet almost regularly. There are persons who may have bowel movements anywhere from 5 to 15 times for the day, every day.
Yes.
You know, it's very, 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 very uncomfortable. There are persons who have to stay home because of that. And that is something that there are natural remedies that can rectify that. I would say almost with sometimes 1 session.
Now, you're saying that it is curing the Crohn's disease, or just
definitely
fixing the
no. I'm completely resolving it, because what happens is that Crohn's disease is a result of certain bacteria. So what happens is that you have certain harmful bacteria that are in the gut. So when these bacteria is in the gut, the body's immune system, or the body's protection system chips in. So what happens sometimes is that what the body is going to do is the lining of the intestine is going to secrete fluid to try to flush it. That's what causes the diarrhea. Now, what happens is that the bacteria burrows inside the walls of the colon. So here you have a cycle where the body is constantly producing fluid to flush a bacteria, but the bacteria is in the lining of the gut. So you can't move. And so what you really need is you need something that will selectively kill the bacteria in the lining of the gut. Because if that is allowed to continue, what is going to happen is that as the gut continues to release fluid and the bacteria begins to burrow itself deeper in the lining of the gut, what's going to now begin to happen is that there's going to be the development of scar tissues in the lining of the gut.
Right.
And that scar tissue, and this condition can lead to even cancer, because after a while, then there is bleeding. I mean, it's a very, 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 very painful experience. And I've seen persons now who it goes on to, because remember, you're going to the bathroom for so many times of the day. Some of these persons now develop ulcers or hemorrhoids in their rectum. And because you imagine if you're going to the toilet for 15 times a day to wipe, and you're wiping an area that becomes inflamed,
Irritated. Yes.
you can imagine the amount of discomfort that a person like this would go through. It's a miserable way to live. And so what happens is that they have to do surgery to remove some of the colon, or they have to give them medication to suppress the effects of what is happening. So, you know, it's very uncomfortable. So there are natural there are natural solutions that we can use, that we can insert where these bacteria are, that selectively kills them. I recommend 3 sessions, but most time we have persons who just do 1 and that's it. But I recommend 3 because it will kill so many bacteria that persons may get a relief for a year or 2.
So this is a treatment that is done from the rectum?
Yes.
Got you.
Yes.
So it's best administered by medical professional.
And you know, we can teach because, as I said, one of the things that we used to do was we used to do a lot of enemas. Yeah, we used to do a lot of enemas. So depending on what you use to do the enema, you know, it can help.
Got you. Somebody had asked a question relating to blood pressure. But before that, the comment was made about foods being consumed and fermenting in the colon. So, I don't know if it was to say, why bother to eat fermented food when food is going to go in and ferment anyway?
No, it's not different, because remember, you have 2 types of bacteria in the gut. You have harmful bacteria and you have helpful bacteria. So when you eat, let us say, for example, there are certain enzymes that the stomach has that helps us to digest foods. One of them is pepsin. So pepsin helps us to digest protein. Now, as animals, our diet, because our teeth structure dictates that we should be predominantly herbivores, not carnivores. So our whole digestive system is tilted towards processing herbs, not so much meat. Now, let us say, for example, you're eating meat. It's not so much the fact that you're eating meat, it's the amount. So when you eat meat, like you go to a restaurant here in Jamaica, or in most places, and the food is served, most of the food is meat. The amount of meat that you get in a serving, the human body was not designed to digest that much meat. So our pepsin, which is what is used to digest protein, we don't have enough pepsin to digest the amount of protein that we consume. So a lot of that protein then is not being digested. It is left basically in the stomach, not to digest, but to be broken down through other means. And so what happens basically is that putrefaction takes place. A lot of the meat is not digested. It is broken down by other means, and that leaves an acidic base behind. So because of that, then acidity takes place. Because just imagine when a dog dies or when an animal dies, and it's on the road, there are bacteria that break it down, putrefying bacteria that break it down. So a lot
Correct.
of times, instead of digestion, putrefaction takes place in the stomach. And that now determines the scent or the odor when we do pass our stool. If depending on, again, depending on the scent of the stool, we can know if there was more digestion versus more putrefaction. You understand? And so putrefaction bacteria, in certain animals, you have certain bacteria that are there that helps them as carnivores, because they're carnivores and they're digesting complex protein. They have certain bacteria that help them in that process. And so because of that, because we don't have that biology, what happens is that our stomach now becomes acidic because we don't have enough enzymes to digest the amount of protein that we eat. So we end up with acidity in the stomach.
So we need to toss down some yogurt.
So we need to reduce we need to reduce the amount of complex protein that we intake. So we don't need to.
I'm just asking, I'm looking for solutions here.
Yeah.
What solutions?
So part of the solution is reducing the amount of complex proteins. What I said to some persons is, we have certain herbs like papaya. That's why they have what is called papaya enzymes. So we have papaya enzyme, papaya is an enzyme that is what we call a proteolytic enzyme. These are enzymes that act on protein and help to break it down, which is why it's good to use to make a good meat tenderizer. So for some persons who are having that problem, a good solution is getting the green papaya, peeling the green papaya, boiling it, and drinking the water. It helps with getting rid of that heap of complex protein that's on the stomach. Or eating raw papaya, ripe papaya. So ripe papaya helps in helping the stomach, because it helps to get rid of a lot of the complex protein that is there. It helps to ease the work of the stomach. So ripe papaya is very good in doing that. And there's pineapple as well. Somebody talk about bromelain, which is found in ripe papaya as well. So these are just some herbs that that help. So we talk about people being careful of eating, especially jerk meat. Jerk chicken, for example. I said the persons that normally when you eat, especially when you eat jerk chicken, because in a chicken, the lungs and our lungs contain a lot of bacteria. Our lungs, which inhales and exhales, we are inhaling and we're exhaling a lot of bacteria. And so when you slaughter chicken, when they slaughter the chicken, they tell them to put the chicken in ice water. And what the ice water does is that the ice water helps to cause the lungs to be somewhat solidified, so that it can be taken out. A lot of times when people jerk chicken, especially when the chicken is homegrown, they don't do that. And so when they are cleaning out the chicken, when they're taking out the lungs and so on, their hands sometimes burst the lungs. And all that bacteria that is in the lungs now becomes in the chicken, it's in the meat. So when you jerk that chicken and it's not jerked properly, especially when the heat don't go to certain parts of it, a lot of that bacteria now contaminates the meat. You're eating meat that now makes it very easy for you to develop gut issues.
You mean, so the good chicken, Doc, the good jerk chicken, it's killing us off?
A lot of people, recently they closed down Boston Jerk. I'm not saying I'm in support of that. I'm not in support of that, because so many people have been displaced. But we have seen a lot of persons who go to Boston Jerk and eat chicken that is not sometimes properly prepared. And a lot of persons develop gut issues from that. So a lot needs to be put into guiding the preparation process so that people don't get sick. Just yesterday or the day before yesterday, I saw somebody who ate some jerk hog head that wasn't jerked properly, and they got sick, and she said it wasn't just she alone. A whole heap of people got sick from that serving of the jerk pig. Right? So it wasn't done properly. And so a lot of people, when you are trained to, for example, prepare chicken, you are trained to know that when you slaughter the chicken has to be refrigerated, or they have to be placed somewhere so that the bacteria in the lungs doesn't contaminate the meat. So that's very important.
So I didn't know about, to be honest, I learned about this cold water and thing today. That's why the jerkman put so much pepper on it. But jerk seasoning is not just pepper.
No,
It's more than just pepper.
It's a number that but the jerk seasoning, the jerk seasoning is not enough to help you if the meat has been contaminated with the diseases that would infect your gut. What it will mask it. It will more to hurt you, because if the jerk seasoning is not there, you might taste the flavor of the meat being touched, or you might taste the flavor, but the jerk seasoning may mask or hide the actual taste. And so the jerk seasoning might do more harm than good, because it's preventing you from detecting that something is wrong.
So again,
so there's a lot that goes into that. A lot of, especially persons who a lot of the places that cook food for the sake of affordability, they don't get their chicken from the more established sources. They may get their chicken from somebody who just grow and sell to them. But these persons who grow and sell to them have not gotten any training at all in terms of the proper procedures of slaughtering or preparing the meat for consumption. And so sometimes you can imagine you're going to slaughter 100 chicken. Kevin, you're going to slaughter 100 chicken. You start from 9 o'clock in the morning, and you start, well, 6 o'clock in the morning, and it's going to take about 5 hours. The first set of chicken that you actually slaughter, that wouldn't have been prepared properly. The heat, because most of the time, the chicken is taken from a hot pot. They're defeathered, and they're kept in a holding container. And that holding container is not designed to be temperature controlled. So the chicken is still hot, and the bacteria is there multiplying. And these are just things that people don't know. They don't understand the effects that it has, or the link that it has to your health.
So so people just afraid of food right now, just afraid of chicken.
No, some people are going to be afraid because of fear, but what we need is knowledge. So I think that one thing that needs to be put in place is that, especially where they jerk the chicken, there needs to be special care that the persons that are providing the chicken are trained to know how to protect it, how to process it properly. Because what I just mentioned to you, I saw a lady this week, Stu, and she said that she had the condition for over 1 year. She has spent thousands of dollars. She was traumatized. When I saw her, she was crying, because this is not something.
Dr. Ben froze. It's because, why Dr. Ben freeze? Because I look up on KFC. Let's see if we can get Dr. Ben back here. I don't know. Today is an interesting day, boy. Okay, so as Dr. Ben tries to reconnect. Dr. Ben, you back with me?
I don't know, because of the weather.
Oh, y'all having bad weather? Dr. Ben? Dr. Ben, you hear me? Dr. Ben? Oh dear. All right, so because Dr. Ben thought the thing on the chicken, KFC people them just cut him off. I don't know. So Elga says I ate chicken and pork in no form. I can't say that I do that with you, Elga. I try to eat pretty healthy myself, though. I really do. Because, you know, it's only one stew. And in order for me to give the best of me, I have to do things in moderation. There are some things that I really can't just say, all right, I'm done with that. No, not me. But we're trying. And so, like every day, I eat a salad for lunch. And I accent my salad with chicken. I do. I get a rotisserie chicken and I debone it and I use that in my salad. And I do that every day. And people look at me strange and my coworkers would ask me, well, you know, what are you having for lunch today? I said, same thing I had yesterday, salad. I said, salad again? Yes, salad again. You have a problem with my salad? Look at me. Hey, you know, and they're fascinated by the fact that I look the way that I look at the age that I am. Since I am approaching 50, not Tuesday, no, not Tuesday, but approaching. And so I am told that I am still young because I haven't made it to the 50 mark yet. But I'm not that far off. So I have a little surprise for y'all. I'm trying to get Rebel connected. He'll soon be joining us. You see me looking all over the place. You know, it's multitasking. But Miss B says, I'm trying to stop eating meat. I don't eat red meat, only chicken. Maybe not after today. JM songwriter, you don't need to be that way. Come on now. Did I make the salad? Rotisserie chicken is contaminated from the start, out the box into the rotisserie. They said heat kills the germs. Well, heat also makes some of the bacteria multiply. And that's what Dr. Ben was just telling us. Heat makes some of the bacteria multiply. So I do eat rotisserie chicken. And I've been good so far. Knock on wood, cross my finger, bless God, you know, all these things. But is there a place to draw the line, Doc?
As it relates to, well, one, you know, as I said, you want to draw the line as it relates to the amount that you eat. 6 to 8 grams per serving is what is recommended. 6 to 8 grams of meat per serving is what is recommended. I mean, you know, you don't want to eat too much of that. And of course, you want to draw the line between overnight food. Overnight food. That look like I just called it name.
What you say about overnight food? You draw the line for the overnight food. What do you mean? Food tastes better after the second day, Dr. Ben.
Yeah, but you want to be very careful because sometimes when, and I mean, if it's hot up properly, no problem. But you want to be very careful. You know, you want to be very careful because that meat that has been now cooled, you know, if it's not sufficiently cooled, it lays the foundation for bacteria to multiply during that period of time. So you want to be very careful about that. We've been seeing a lot of people. we've seen a lot of people who have been in recent times coming down with what they call Crohn's disease or inflammatory bowel syndrome.
Right.
We've seen a lot of persons with those conditions becoming very prevalent now. And even with children, we've seen a lot of children that have been coming down with that. And that's also one of the things that we want to share that knowledge. When I come to Florida, Boston, or New York, that is something that I really want to connect with persons, because I've seen persons in horrible conditions, because it's a very and if you're a parent and your child has that, it's a very uncomfortable position to be in, because it's almost as if you feel helpless seeing a child in that level of discomfort, and almost nothing you try helps. Very uncomfortable. And as I said, there are natural therapies, there are natural products out there that can remedy that. I can say that great level of confidence that it can remedy it, it can fix it.
Well, all right. So, can't vinegar remove that? So wait. Petro E, you're saying you must drink vinegar?
I don't know about that.
Is that what you're saying? All
What
right.
I do know is that most oxygen-based therapies can resolve those bacteria, because they're harmful bacteria. They don't thrive in an environment where there's oxygen. So it's a matter of determining how to get the oxygen to them, to get rid of them. And there are natural therapies that can do that, and that can deliver very good results.
Okay, so see, Lana agree with me. I love leftovers, but you're saying leftovers should be limited to what, 2 days?
Yeah, definitely 2 days. And
Oh yeah, by the second day my leftovers
and you
gone.
should ensure that it is properly reheated. Make sure that it's properly reheated. Reheating is critical, because the bacteria, those type of bacteria, don't do very well in heat. They thrive in cold and damp, but they don't do very well in heat.
Okay, all right. Drinks to combine with vegetables,
No,
because no.
no. You want to eat first, then drink, or drink first and then eat.
So which one is the better one? And if it's drink first, how much before you eat?
Half an
And
hour
if it's
to an
drink
hour.
after, then
Half an hour to an hour.
and then after,
Best to
same
drink
thing.
Water. It's best to drink water before, to prepare the stomach. So the best drink to have is water. Once you do that, then it's prepare the stomach for what comes after. And then when you practice to eat and drink, then you also increase the chance of having stomach acidity.
When you eat and drink,
Yeah.
okay. So that's when you do it together. Now,
Yeah.
there are people that don't do cold.
Right. Because
So
cold is not good, because what cold does, here's what happens. When you take something in cold or very lower than your body temperature, it lowers your body temperature. And usually when you lower when your body temperature is lower, what happens is that your immune system is also lower, because a lot of your immune energy has to be spent to adjust your body. And that makes you vulnerable for infection. A lot of people get flu or another bacteria during that small window of time.
just from that meal.
Yeah, man. So you'll find that if you eat a lot of ice, or if you eat a lot of cold foods, you'll find that a lot of the body's immune energy is spent adjusting the body to that. And so during that period of time, the body becomes vulnerable, and it's easy for you to catch a cold. Sometimes you're coming out of a car too, You're coming out of a car that is warm and outside cold, and you just boom, pick up a draft. It's just that sudden change in temperature. That window, the body becomes vulnerable. So, you know, you want to eat food that is as close to your body temperature as possible. Somebody said, what about hot food? You want to eat food that is close to the body's temperature. The thing about hot food is that we mostly can't eat food above our body temperature because our mouth can't deal with it. We have to cool it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I talking to you, Dr. Ben, and I'm talking to Rebel at the same time.
Oh, okay, I got you. So it's important. Is he gonna get to come on? Is Rattigan gonna get to come on? Is he getting through?
He's on his way. He's on his way.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrea says, "Me spend 3/4 of my life in a cold country. It is what it is." Yeah, so you know there are just certain habits that make us sick. You know, I tell persons that if we had the hatred that we had for certain bad habits than we do for certain practices, you know, we'd be much better off. A lot of us, our habits, we are creatures of habits, and so we need to make adjustments with some of these bad habits.
All right, so the various types of fish. Can we touch on beef and we touch on red meat and we touch on chicken, but we don't touch upon the fish. So when we come to the fish, because some people say, boy, you know, no chicken, no beef, fish thing.
Well, the thing with fish, why it's a better choice of meat, it's white meat, and it doesn't carry that much cholesterol, doesn't carry that much fat, doesn't carry that much. It's a meat that is simple and easy for the body to digest. So it doesn't carry all of those extra. It doesn't have as much blood in it as red meat does. So it's a better meat option. White meat is a better meat option than red meat. But in recent times, you know, the ocean has become so polluted that now one has to question if that is still true, because the ocean has become a cesspool with the amount of toxins that is being dumped into it. I mean, the fish that we really need, that would be safe for us, is the fish that would be far off the coast and deep in the ocean, because the fish that we know we eat is primarily fished from the coastline
nearby
and shallow waters. So a lot of it is very, very polluted, very, very polluted, and very, very, very unsafe. You know, as a person, one of the things that modern man has to deal with now is toxins. You know, we live in a very toxic society. And
from industrialization.
Yeah, because of industrialization, and so a lot of contaminants around us, especially for those who live in the city areas. You know, a lot of contaminants around us. So it's pretty safer to maybe stick with other plants, although a lot of plants have become contaminated too because the soil has become contaminated. The truth is that, you know, we live in a world that has become heavily, heavily polluted. You know, in the air, you know, as well as in the water, our water sources, there's a lot of pollution that is around us. And so we have to take special care to do our due diligence, our research, as it relates to what we're putting inside our bodies. We can't just trust third parties, entities to make food available to us anymore. We have to check it now. I have to really check it. You know, because I wanted to talk a little bit, Kevin, about another issue
Yeah.
that we're seeing regularly, and
Go
that
ahead,
is
Doc.
we're seeing a lot of people with a reduction in a special protein, and that protein is collagen. Um, Collagen is responsible for a number of essential body functions. Um, it's essential for example, the elasticity of the skin. Um, it's also essential for the ear, the eye, the bones, and we're seeing a lot of people, losing, not having the collagen as you get older. One reason why we see so many people have issues with joint pains and bone pains and muscle aches and so on is because as you get older, your body produces small amounts of collagen. So I want to talk about some natural sources of collagen. I want to talk about some animal sources as well as some other plant sources, if you may. And a lot of persons right now who are losing their ear, or their hair is not as shiny, not as healthy as it should be. A lot of people who don't have the healthy skin that they would want to have. A lot of people who are wrinkling. One of the reasons why so many people wrinkle so early is because of a reduction in collagen, a very important protein that the body produces. And so we're seeing a lot of persons with premature wrinkling because collagen helps maintain skin elasticity and moisture, and it promotes what we call a youthful look. So a lot of persons who are low in collagen have that. Collagen is also essential for joint support. So collagen aids in the flexibility and the resilience of the cartilage. As your body, as we get older and as we lose collagen, we find that the body, there's not enough elasticity as it relates to the joints. And so because of that, people start to feel pain because there's stiffness. As people get older, they need to get more collagen. So I want to talk about some of the natural source of collagen. We have, like, for example, chicken foot, cow skin, for those who eat meat. So for those persons who eat meat, collagen is those are natural sources of it. For those persons who don't eat meat, then sea moss is a very, very good source of collagen. And so for those persons who are having those issues, then you need to supplement. You need to increase the amount of collagen intake. And these are some natural sources. When we were young, we used to see the man and our mother cook the chicken foot soup or the cow skin soup. Well, as you get older, you need to supplement on collagen. For those of us who eat bone, those of you who eat bone, then that's a natural source of collagen as well. But
All right.
a
So,
very good source is sea moss.
Doc, I can drink my Irish moss and eat my cow foot with some banana and yam and two dumpling,
Yes.
and that would help. Now, what if I have stomach issues?
If you have stomach issues, just make sure that shouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't affect stomach because as long as there's no pepper in it, as long as there's no spice, too much spice shouldn't be a problem. It's good for that. And so we see a lot of people who have the early wrinkling, the breakage in their ear, brittle ear. Collagen helps to straighten hair, it helps to straighten nails. So it gets rid of the brittleness, it makes it nice and flexible. And as I said, for those persons who are having stiffness in their joints, the ligaments begin to lose their elasticity. That's a very good source of collagen. There's also flaxseed. Thank you, Gene. Collagen is also a good source, but maybe one of the best natural source is sea moss.
You see, I ask, because I know somebody that pretty much has Crohn's disease, but have bad joints too.
How old is a person?
54?
Okay, yeah, 50s. Yeah, man. I mean, so basically that means that their body is in an inflammatory state. There's a lot of inflammation, and inflammation in the gut. That's what the Crohn's disease is. Basically inflammation, soreness. So that can be remedied fairly easy.
Okay. Now, you have any food that will really put people to sleep in a good way? Like this guy?
There is, I think I talk about a herb that is, it is so good that in Germany and other parts of the world, you have to get it with a prescription. It's a herb called valerian. Very good.
It not help him.
Very good. Yes, Rattigan may need some valerian. It helps to put you to sleep.
It help everybody else but him.
Yeah, no, valerian is good. If valerian doesn't work, then the strongest that I know of is maybe CBD.
Okay.
Yeah, that's guaranteed to put him to sleep. CBD oil, it's guaranteed to put it to sleep. But valerian is very good. I know CBD is not available in some parts, but valerian is very, very good. And it's not addictive, very good. And then some milder forms are soursop, and which is a mild sedative. There's passion fruit leaf, which is a mild sedative. Those are some mild sedatives that really help you to sleep.
All right, so soursop, passion fruit, and valerian would tranquilize somebody like me, but it might make somebody like the rebel get a nap.
No, man. But CBD, if you're talking about going heavy, CBD oil is maybe one of the strongest there is out there. That will put you out cool.
Got you. So, you have some work to do with between you and Richard. You have some work to do with the rebel, because team no sleep, I told somebody earlier, I don't know if you heard me. His sleep is when you blink.
Wow. I guess it's a part of his craft. After years of doing what he's doing, his body may be accustomed to needing very little sleep. Some people are like that. Some people are functional, very functional with very little sleep. I'm somebody who needs sleep. If I don't get enough sleep, Kevin, you don't want to be around me. No, I'm not a fun guy to be around when I don't get enough sleep. Doesn't matter how important the appointment is. Once I need to sleep, I'll turn it down just to sleep, because I literally can't function if I don't sleep, if I don't get enough sleep.
So, Vivian, CBD is referring to cannabinoids.
Yeah. Sorry, CBD. That's
So
ganja derivative.
And Doc, I want you to agree, support, or refute this, please. So, us as human beings, or spiritual beings having a human experience, have something called cannabinoid receptors.
Yes, which is what the CBD binds to.
Can these cannabinoids get the other end of their of the plug and the socket to meet without CBD?
No.
Without cannabis?
No. I don't know if any
What is the
other plant that
purpose?
has much. I don't know if any other plant that has as much cannabinoid in it as marijuana. There may be. I'm sure. I don't think that's the only plant, but as far as we know, it is the only plant that we know of right now that has much. I think there was one that was discovered recently. I don't remember. But as far as we know now, cannabis has the most cannabinoids in it and the most varied types of cannabinoids in it.
What is the purpose of cannabinoids and the receptors that we have?
Well, when we talk about um, healing system, not our endocrine, but our healing system. They're
On a
just
cellular level.
yeah, on a cellular level. They're just understanding what our cannabinoid receptors are, because if they still don't fully know how cannabinoids works with our cannabinoid receptors. But what they have the theory that they have initially is that our cannabinoid system is like an additional healing mechanism. So it's like another healing mechanism that once cannabinoids connects with it, it's like new parts are connected in the body, new parts are connected in the brain, and the body is able to heal itself in a way that is not yet fully understood. So it's like it's for all the years we've only known about what they call the white blood cell system, but they're just learning about the cannabinoid system, that we have another healing
The
mechanism.
leukocytes. Right. So we've always known of the leukocytes and how those work.
Yeah. But now they're just learning that we have another healing mechanism that is our cannabinoid system.
Now, the interesting thing is, from time immemorial, since people have started using the cannabis plant, and I'm not saying this because I'm a weed smoker or anything like that. I've never touched the stuff. I've had CBD drops.
Yes, like myself.
And slept
Never smoked,
like
but I've used it in those.
yes. So I've put a few drops of CBD oil under my tongue and went to bed, and I've had amazing sleep.
All right. Hold on it. Now,
This brother.
let's up everybody in the chat. Let's on the scene again, you know. But we just run go up in my thing then, our medicine. Cheese. We're gonna show you some things I'm gonna take. Wait, not do me nothing. You see that? Doc, look on this. Look on this, Doc.
Yeah.
Valerian root. Now, what's a milligram?
500. This not done nothing for me. We stop taking. We take it and Doc, we take it like 1 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock in the wake up.
Wow.
You can't go back to sleep. Then Doc, what I know? Them tell myself to take this. Right there. This.
You have to hold that closer, Rebel.
We can't see.
So
What's the name of
there,
it? That's same Valerian?
No.
Rosemary?
Rosemary. That no help me. Them say for burn that. Then them tell me to take that one here. The tea tree.
No,
That no help.
Yeah.
Then Doc, watch out. Them tell me to take this.
Move over towards What
something and that one I know is a very strong
Doc,
sedative.
3 hours. The one is Clonazepam. So the next one, this one is named Temazepam. See that?
How much hours you get from that one?
3. Everything 3 hours. Maximum 3. Everything 3. 3 or less. 3 or less. Every night. Yeah.
See what I tell you, Doc? The only sleep he gets is when he blinks.
Yeah. What?
This one here, I go there and I have high hopes for this because everybody at him say, yeah man, take Valerian. That me take Valerian. And it not do nothing for me. 0. No, let's stop taking
3 hours.
3 hours. Everything 3 hours. 3 hours. Everything 3 hours.
Have you ever tried the CBD? Have you ever tried the CBD oil?
That was the last, that was when we left for take now.
Okay.
But I fully expect to get 3 hours from that too, you know?
That's put
So,
it,
all right.
that's
By the way,
put it to sleep.
Doc, 3 hours maximum. Because sometimes at 2 hours, I'm going to bed 1 or 1:15 or so, and by 3:30, like clockwork, I'm up.
And you
I'm wide
feel,
awake.
and you feel rested?
Yeah. I can function. You can function. 8 hours mash me up. 8 hours me no good. 6 hours me no good. The optimum amount of sleep for me is between 4 and 5 hours.
The man is a
No more
functioning
than 5.
insomniac.
4 and 5 no good. But me function now for a long time on 3.
Wow. Some persons
He's a
are like
functional insomniac, Doc.
that. I can function with less than 5 hours sleep.
It's crazy.
We can't function. We function with 3. 3 more good.
Can't function.
Doc, we get up, we go to bed sometimes 2. Lately, I get up 3:30. I don't know why. I go to bed 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3:30. My body just said time to get up. I mean, get up.
Somebody said, "Don't pay the for you."
Yeah, early. Somebody told me when I sleep, when I sleep, I snore. And we just not make can't do about it.
Well, the important thing is, what they use normally is an average for the typical person. So I guess you're not a typical person. Some persons, there's always exception to the norms. And so, in everything, just like blood pressure, when they say, okay, a normal blood pressure should be this or that, that's for the average person. But there are exceptions. There are some persons who, what is typically recommended is too high for some persons or too low for some persons.
Right.
So I guess you have to know yourself. I'll boil it. It's a guideline, you have to know yourself.
That every night, right? I'm gonna go something out there, man. I'm gonna go eeny, miny, more. Let me just take one. Let me know what to go.
The Valerian is maybe the more natural option.
Eeny, miny, more. It don't really matter. At 3 hours, any one of them we take. At 3 hours.
3 hours.
3 hours. 3 hours. Max.
How about just try the Valerian for a period of time?
We tried for a few days, and I'm telling you the truth, I was disappointed because I said, why people are talking about this, I know I'll get at least 4 or 5. And take it 1 o'clock or by 3:30.
I guess that's just maybe your normal, you're not the average person who needs that amount of sleep.
You're the original bleacher, man. You're the original bleacher.
Yeah, but I could function if I don't get at least more than 5, at least 6 hours sleep, 6 hours least, then I can't function.
Man, because I must slow down on the Viagra.
Yeah, man. But sleeping is very important, very, very important to balance you so that you can function.
Yeah, because what happened is this. Like, here's a typical day for me in Saudi Arabia. We reach at the embassy by 8 o'clock, right? 8:15, come have meetings. Stay at the embassy, work right through the day, but because of the time difference, right? Because of the time difference, we have to we can't close the embassy at 5. Everybody has gone home at 5 Saudi time, right? But we can't close this, Kevin?
No, hold on.
Okay. But we can't close it at 5, right? Right, Doc? So, because I think it was 6 or 7 hours ahead. So, when it's closing time in Saudi Arabia, it's almost lunchtime in Washington. So I have to keep the office. I have to stay there for another, close it at 5. Everybody close up. I'm back to everybody gone home at 5. But me, I have to stay there and run the office for for another 4 or 5 hours or so. Then guess what now? I have to meet with my counterparts. I get that thing, Kevin. I get that feedback.
Yeah, man, I hear it.
You hear it? And that just happened. I don't know where that come from. Hello? Yeah, you can't hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still hearing you.
Should I leave this thing up?
everybody
I
heard.
cannot distracting, or you want to move it?
It's something I was checking on it with it.
Okay. So Doc, I can tell you when it's lunchtime, when it's I don't remember if it's 6 hours ahead, but when it's lunchtime in Washington, it's closing time in Saudi Arabia. But I can't close the office because people want information, people want, we have to keep working. So me have to stay there for another 4 or 5 hours. And guess what? The Saudis when we meet with them, I meet with them almost every night. Anybody who knows me from Saudi Arabia, work with me, them knows this sort of thing said. They only meet at night. Them don't meet during the daytime. I'm meet with them almost every day. So now, guess what happened now? Me there at the office until around 10 at night, and then go home. Sometimes we go home, sometimes we never go home because it depends on when them can meet you. So they call, and they usually meet them somewhere between 11 at night and 2 in the morning.
Wow.
And when you meet them at 2 in the morning, it's like daylight for them. So what happens is that when they come alive. And so when you go up and you sit down with them now, you start, first thing is that just share a little culture with everybody, the Middle East culture. You can't go in and say to them, so, okay, what information you have for me now? Or here are my documents, give me your documents, no, because it's considered impolite, like you rush them. So what you have to do, you have to sit down with them, and remember, you spend 5 minutes, 10 minutes to ask about the family, the health, the weather, talk about everything, and then you have to drink tea or coffee with them. This go on for about an hour, 2 hours. Then
Wow.
you have to eat with them, right? So you know what happens? A lot of times, me I go home, me I leave them office, and me I go home
With
4
food.
o'clock in the morning. Me I go home 4 o'clock in the morning. I remember now, me have to get back at the embassy by 8 o'clock.
Wow.
Me have to go back. And the other thing I forget to tell you is that the work week different. Their work week, Saturday is their virtual Monday. Saturday is Monday for them. It's the beginning of the week. So that means that you have 8 o'clock your work 7 days a week. Because when it's Saturday and Sunday, it's Monday and Tuesday. When it's Saturday and Sunday in the West,
Right.
and people take off, that is virtual Monday and Tuesday in the Middle East.
Wow.
So you have to work 7 days a week. So I mean, so we never really used to sleep.
Yeah, so your body's trained.
I'm gonna do this for years, and even before that, me used to bleach hard. Me used to bleach. Me used to bleach hard, man. Yeah, I cannot go to bed. As a rule, I cannot go to bed before midnight. I just cannot go to bed before midnight. Cannot.
So your
Give me-
work
give me-
hours, man. You're
Give me between
perfectly
1 o'clock. I'll go to bed between 1 and 3.
trained.
Somewhere around there, I'll go to bed. But I cannot go to bed before midnight.
Yeah, you're a trained workhorse, man.
So, brain
Trained workhorse.
why? I know the brain I need rest at all. Cause we just cut and go through. Just a cut and go through. And like I said, 3 hours. And I understand when people say them say, what right now? Somebody said we need a live sleeping pill.
You need what?
Need a live sleeping pill.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
no.
but once you're able to function, that's just your rhythm.
Yeah, because here when get another one, Doc, it's when I come back when we come back to Washington, right? Here's my idea now, especially on a Thursday night. We have some friends I used to hang out with, right? So me get up 4 o'clock in the morning for go work. Because I have to drive, I have to take the train, I have to come off, I have to take the subway, and then I have to walk. That's just to get to work. I have to repeat the process, come back home. So when we get home from work like around 7, 8 o'clock at night. Remember now when I get up from 4 in the morning for go work, we get home 7, 8 at night. The friends that we used to hang out with, all them have their own businesses, so they work for themselves. So we used to hang out on Thursday night. Them hang out on Thursday night till 1 in the morning. I meet there with them, and I remember now 4 o'clock, and I forget to go work.
Wow.
Every Thursday night.
So, I mean, how long you did that for?
Years.
Yeah.
About 3-4 years.
Mm. So
Till one of the
that
man drop out, and from him drop out, you kind of like, you know, and then the
yeah,
rest of them start get old now, so, you know.
a routine.
Again, another thing. Me drive from me live, I drive 3.5 hours to New York. I mean, we get up, drive to New York 3.5 hours, drive around New York, do what me have to do, and I will not spend the night in New York. I turn on and drive the 3.5 hours, come right back. So sometimes I'll 1 o'clock in the morning and me that on the road, I come back home. 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah.
Him on the truck, them on God.
Wow, man. Talk
So me get
about
up, me get up in the morning and me drive to New York in the morning. And the whole day me up on the road and I drive up and down, meet people, do this, do that. And then me leave New York like around anywhere between 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock in the morning. And then we just drive come straight home.
yes, man. Talk about stamina, man. You have stamina, Ratty.
Jeans that you can't get into bed before midnight.
Stamina, man.
Well,
Some people are like that. There are always exceptions to the norm. So if you can, if you can function, then fine.
see, Monica big me up there. Monica, do not try to adjust like everybody else. You're really nice and very good. Thank you very much, Monica. Thank you.
Yeah, that's your routine.
Yeah.
That's your routine. And that's why maybe when you take those products, you sleep, but when it comes down to your routine, getting up time, you always just get up like an internal, like a clock inside of you.
Yeah, and here's another thing. I cannot sleep in silence. I have to have the TV, music I play. One or the other are both. You can't sleep in silence. No.
Wow.
You can't sleep.
I wonder what kind of drink. I wonder
You
what
have to
kind of
have
drink
some
you
light source. You have to have some light source and some sound source at one. And then we get the 2 hours.
I tell you, Doc, I tell you, you and Richard have some work to do with this one.
I can't sleep in light. If I sleep in light, I don't get a good sleep.
Really?
No. The room has to be, the darker the room is, the better I sleep.
What's that? TV have to go for me, and then the music have to play, and then we're all right. Then we can take one of the things, and then we get a nice 3 hours, I'm good. Or OT, I asked my friend at the hospital, I'm all right, you know. No, I'm not all right. But he'll be
all right enough.
Yeah. It'll be all right, you know, yeah. Them have, you know, the big C, so, you know, I have to deal with that. So
he's stable. He's stable now. Is he? They left him there and he came back out.
No, I bring him. We stay with him till them let him out. But I have to go back again. I have to go back Monday.
Okay. And I hope that he gets better.
Yeah, so the thing set up. So, I want to go Kevin or not. No, we don't have much time. 6:20. This is Stafford come on. Stafford come on already, or Stafford no come on?
He came on already.
Oh.
Come on, Stafford and Andrew were here.
Okay.
Had a good little reasoning.
Oh, that not going away. Let me just jump in on this little piece and give the listeners them a little. I have to show them some things, you know. Me have a little monologue. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. Your host, yours truly, Will the Rebel Rattigan. We have some big news to share with you in a few minutes regarding the program tonight and the program tomorrow. Now, last week you heard from Richard Crooks, the man behind Resigned Primary Care in Brooklyn, New York. And as I said, people, if you live anywhere in the tri-state area, make the effort to support his business. It's a community affair, right? Check in with him for your medical condition. Of course, we ask you to check in with Dr. Ben as well. As a reminder, Resigned is located at 3215 Avenue H on the corner of New York Avenue and Avenue H in Brooklyn, New York. And the phone number, it was in the chat, I think, last week, 718-717-2278. Next week, Mr. Crooks' assistant, Tom Nika, CT will be here to introduce the topic of weight management. So we're going to hear from the herbal side and we're going to hear from the medical side. But next week we'll hear from the medical side regarding weight management. Quite an interesting and topical subject. Dr. Ben is here. Of course, you know, Dr. Ben, one of our favorites, you know, love seeing face in the place. As you know, this program is about educating ourselves and encouraging the change we seek for our island paradise called Jamaica. Malcolm X said it best: education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Think about that. Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. And that's what we're doing. Every time we meet, we're preparing for the future. Don't forget to check out our website and offer your suggestions for improvement as we continue on the path of development. We continue with our efforts to have King Charles III rescind his appointment of the Prime Minister to the Privy Council. Now, for big up Roland, the valiant one, McCallum, he continues to be an outstanding partner in this endeavor. And Roland, from me to you, brethren, many, many thanks for your support and the relentless pursuit of justice for you, your family, and Jamaica. Now, the Integrity Commission has not responded to my request for an audience, and it's unlikely to happen because they know that there are no satisfactory answers to the questions I plan to pose. They know, because they've heard some of the questions I've asked around here. My questions will not be of the type asked by Ministers Mallow Fort and Charles Jr., Colonel Charles Jr. By the way, the government created the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs and installed Minister Mallow Fort in January 2022. The question is, what has she done in almost 2 years? And I think, Kevin, let me borrow this from you a second. I think we have something up here on that. If we hold on one second, folks. I have something I want to show you. Where is it? It's up here, Kevin.
Which one of them?
We'll get to it, but I wanted to show you something about that ministry, that especially I'm talking to my people now in Jamaica, especially you, the tax-paying people of Jamaica, you, the Dr. Bens of the world, the ones who have worked hard and have paid the taxes. The government established this ministry, and essentially, I think they have two purposes, but the main one is constitutional reform, right? Ask yourself, what has been done with this ministry in 2 years? Oh, here it is. What has been done with it in...
Go ahead, Will. Go ahead, put it up.
Sure. All right, here it is. All right, we can bring this up because this thing distract me.
Yeah, man, just move it. I'll go back to it after. Yeah, man, close it. I'll go back to it after.
All right, out to the stage. Here we go, folks. This is the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, right? Look at what it says. Oh, Kevin, you can big this up for me. This one right there, so the mandate. Well, actually the whole thing, but the mandate, yeah. Just want to focus on that. I want my people, I want them to pay close attention to this. All right. You see what it's saying? All right, there you go. It says the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs has been established to take charge of and give focused attention to the government's legislative agenda and its legal and constitutional reform aspirations. The creation of this ministry is the government's attempt to holistically revisit the legal and constitutional infrastructure of the state and accelerate the pace of reform. Look at this. It's also been mandated to protect human rights and reform the Constitution. That's it. In essence, that's it. Protect human rights and reform the Constitution. There's another one there about a robust legal education program. That's foolishness. But let's just focus on those two: human rights and reform the Constitution. The court has ruled that states of emergency, as implemented by the government of Jamaica, are unconstitutional. What fear ministry had about the human rights violation? Look how many people them sweep up off of the streets every time them do it and lock them up. Isat after doing best to get people out of jail. Them sweep people up off of the street, show them there, no charge, and them dead an inordinate period of time. And she said, we're there to protect human rights. And if she did it to protect human rights, why is it that you want to say Isat and John Clark and all of them people I get people out of prison? I'm going to say she do it. I'm going to say that, and her ministry. I'm going to see them at the Constitution. If you see the foolishness what them put out, if you see the foolishness what them put out, and them spend food money, my people, food money. This ministry, and later on I'll show you something where them talk about them want to consolidate ministries, and actually it was said by none other than Dr. Nigel Clarke that they want to consolidate things to save money and all of that. Instead, they expanded it. This Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs should be housed within the Ministry of Justice. If those are the only two things you're concerned about, are the three things, human rights, constitution, and legal education program, Ministry of Justice is a perfect place. Why you create a ministry and give this lady here all of that power, and then you create this man? Oh, and by the way, remember now, them rent a whole heap of place for them to occupy, Them rent place to where them not fully occupy after 2 years. So she have to give this lady that would have loved to ask her some question. Anybody who know this lady, and actually I know a relative of hers, up here, but I don't want to get the relative involved. But anybody who knows this lady, please tell her that we're inviting her. And if she's listening, ma'am, we're inviting you to come on this program because we have some questions we'd like to ask you, some serious questions about your performance, about the establishment of this ministry, about financing, about administration, about implementation, the whole thing we have to ask you. So we'll leave right this off with her for now. But we just want everybody to know, say, she hasn't done anything in 2 years. And I've seen her at some of these town hall meetings. Pitiful performance. Pitiful. I've seen her at the one, I saw her at the one at Emancipation Park. And I saw her, the one with the ambassador, Audrey Marks. Pitiful. And truth be told, her colleagues, them know this, They know this because them talk to me and them say it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time and money. Them produce a report and them say, well, we don't know what's going to happen with the report because the report has to go before Parliament, and then people will still have a chance to, provide some input in it. We don't know what's going to happen with it. But anyway, we can move on because time is at a premium. Now, DJ Kevin Stew still have you dancing to his fantastic reggae selections, and it's a good thing.
Gives you a chance to shake off the stresses of the week. Suspend your thoughts about the corruption and suffering in Jamaica and just full joy on yourself. The only problem is that by the time I get to entertain you at midnight, the whole hour tired. Kevin tired.
Not true.
Last week I played a relaxing set of smooth jazz and slow jams, and it was well received. Well, this week you're not going to relax. You're not going to dance. Let me rephrase. You are going to dance. Not to reggae, but to some sweet 3-step soul music. Remember them days, eh? Well, them days are still nowadays, The 3 steps, the 3 steps, when man used to dance with woman and me I say and twirl around.
And them glide across the dance floor.
At you. Well, at that we're going to play tonight. Music you haven't heard in a while. Music that will bring back memories of Saturday nights and Sunday evenings in Jamaica. Music by Billy Stewart, Jerry Butler, Four Tops, Barbara Lewis, The Temptations, Maxine Brown, Mary Wells, The Miracles, The Drifters, The Impressions, etc. If I them the music that you like and you want to glide, tune in tonight. And even if you don't want to dance, but you just want to listen. You just want to listen and take in a nice, a nice smooth flow of music. Tune in tonight. So Kevin, come on at 8. So take some vitamins after Kevin's show. Don't take none of them things that we may take. Because if you don't take them things, I'm not going to know.
And it's party night tonight,
If you
too.
don't take none of them things.
remember our party tonight, you know.
If you don't take none of them things.
Earth weekend.
Yeah. Well, no, don't do like me and stay away. Right? I want to do like me and stay away. Don't take none of them things that can't get knocked out. So take the vitamins after Kevin's show and join the Rebel on Reggae Global Radio for a killer session of outstanding music. Now, here's one of the biggies. As if the programs Reason with Rattigan, Relax with the Rebel, and Come Reason with Rattigan weren't enough, Reggae Global Radio has given me the opportunity to launch another program, and it will be launched tomorrow from 2 to 4. That's p.m. early afternoon. It's called Easy Like Sunday with the Rebel. So we have 4 programs are gonna. We have Relax with the Rebel, Come Reason with Rattigan, Reason with Rattigan. And by the way, don't think I make a mistake when I say Reason with Rattigan and Come Reason with Rattigan. They're 2 different programs. Reason with Rattigan is this program on a Saturday. Come Reason with Rattigan is on a Wednesday night from 8 to 10. And that's where I am your guest. All of you, hostesses, I want to just ask questions. Anything about anything. All things I don't know about. And ask me. That's fine. If you don't ask me anything about all herbs. Oh, by the way, Doc, you have to come up on a Wednesday night program, guys. But it's about we're not presenting anything, we're just fielding questions.
Oh yeah, that would be. I would love to.
Yeah, man. So just come on and do no presentation on people, just fire questions and you ask.
Yeah, man. I love that.
Good. So again, people, we have Reason with Rattigan, which is this program. We have
that's Sunday, sir? Sunday?
No. It's Wednesday from 8 to 10.
Wednesday evening.
Perfect.
Yeah. And remember now, we'll be in the same time zone.
So this Wednesday I'll be on.
All right. So then we have Relax with the Rebel. Sorry, we have Reason with Rattigan, which is this one. We have Relax with the Rebel, which is midnight tonight. We have Come Reason with Rattigan, which is Wednesday. And then tomorrow we have one called Easy Like Sunday with the Rebel. Tomorrow's program will feature DJ Kevin Stu and the Rebel. No clash, just pure niceness and participation by you, our beloved supporters. Now, here's what we're going to work tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to say, we'll play some slow jams tomorrow, right? And we'll just say, we'll pick 5. Not the top 5, because we'll get to that at another time. We'll just say pick 5 songs we like. Kevin will pick 5, me will pick 5. And you, the audience, will get to pick 5. But the 5 that you pick will be done by consensus. So the one with the most, the most support, that's the one we're going to play. And we're going to talk about the music and all that. It's just pure niceness, no clash, nothing like that. And by the way, some of Jamaica's most prolific producers, DJs, promoters, and artists will soon grace us with their presence. Stay tuned. I have 2 producers. I consider them the best, the greatest producers Jamaica has produced. I'm in touch with them. They are committed to coming on the program. And I won't name no names, but you know them. They're a big time of them, yeah. You know, them when you hear them names, them. In fact, when you not hear the names, you don't know how them people are. We're now calling on them. Anyway, let's continue to keep Papa Trevor, Ma P, big up yourself, Michelle, Ma Jean, Uncle Moulton, Mildred, Desmond, Joanna Marie, the Headmaster, Paul, Sassy Diva, Mrs. Nelson, Bob De Souza, Barry, Bonnie Jump, Mr. Baxter, and Fittest the Hardest Dread. Let's keep all of them in our prayers. All right, folks? Big up our ambassadors and our supporters. All the Monday night crew, my love. No. Big up our hardworking producer, Joan, the lady me I promise on the sound no soon say. Trust me, no soon see. Big up Jeffrey Tavares, Mr. Boomba Va Boomba V. No, we have a couple pieces to do, but here's one I want to show you.
Before you jump into that, Rebel, let me ask you something.
Sure.
Which 2 o'clock you playing till tonight?
Oh, I see what you mean, because it goes, well, 2 hours. I'm playing for 2 hours, starting at midnight. I'm playing for 2 hours, starting at midnight. I stand corrected.
And Stacey, good girl. Let me tell you this. Big ups to your son. A good youth. Blessed Earth Day to him. Mine is on Tuesday. Not Monday, Tuesday.
Right. And Andrea, the answer is yes. Oh, TM Rose. People start guessing. TM Rose. Yeah, man. Me are telling us, the Sunday program, not normal. It's not normal. Believe me, it's not normal. Enough niceness. But let me show you something here. Let me show you this. All right. Kevin, help me out now. You can big up this.
I got you.
All right.
If it would behave itself. All right. That good?
Yeah, I can't read it. Whoever can see it. But I'm sure they can see the headlines. It's a JLP backs resigned Marisa Dalrymple Philibert for Trelawny Southern by-election, right? And it's October 30th. A few days ago. And there we have him look him battled him, man, or him battled the Prime Minister. Yeah. You know,
Stop beat up the world.
Let him just look him battle. Look on him. Just look. See, this not do him justice. Me sure him look better than this. The picture there not do him justice at all. Look on him. Look like a man who beaten up and a man who have a lot on his mind, you know. Look like a man when I get much sleep, like myself. I'm going to introduce him to Valeria.
Need some rest. But funny, I saw a feature of President Biden. They did a piece on President Biden, how well he has looked since he has the spotlight has been off him. You know, so it's as I said, really need some rest. So that's a very high stress position, you know, man. Very high stress position. Biden look as if he has gained about 5 more years.
Well, my brethren here, our most honorable, look like him needs something done. No disrespect, because at the end of the day, like I keep telling people, said no matter what no one say about him, you know, is our Prime Minister. That's good, bad, and indifferent, right? Because he has been duly elected. He's our Prime Minister until he's not our Prime Minister, meaning that until they vote him out, he's our Prime Minister. There's only one Prime Minister at that time in Jamaica, and this is the one we have right now. You may not be proud of him. You may despise him. You may hate him. At the end of the day, he is the Prime Minister of Jamaica. Now, see what it says, ruling Jamaica Labour Party has called back Marisa Dalrymple Philibert, who resigned last year as its standard bearer for a November 22nd by-election for Trelawny Southern. Nomination day will be November 6th. The announcement was made by Prime Minister Andrew Holness at a post-cabinet press briefing this morning. Dalrymple previously served the constituency for 4 consecutive terms as Member of Parliament, but resigned as both Speaker of the House of Representatives and MP on September 21st last year, amid a report from the Integrity Commission. I need you to just focus on that, just for like maybe 10 seconds, right? Dalrymple Philibert previously served the constituency for 4 consecutive terms as Member of Parliament, but resigned as Speaker and MP amid a damning report from the Integrity Commission, right? So you said to yourself, why would the Prime Minister bring her back? Who's advising this gentleman? Who's advising him? who is advising him. Now, let me show you something. I'm going to show you something. This is the Integrity Commission's report on former Speaker, former MP Marisa Dalrymple Philibert. And if you remember, there was a Mercedes-Benz involved where she said, where the paperwork showed that she owned a car, and she said, and she was collecting a stipend for using it for ostensibly for government business or for work-related matters. And she said she don't know nothing about a car, she don't use it. Then our sister, then them interviewed the sister, and the sister said, no, is Marisa use a car most of the time. And then them start check on the paperwork and all kinds of things happen. No. Take a look at this. Let's remember no, the Prime Minister, and you see the date, last year. By the way, this lady is before the court. She's before the court right now. You know them say innocent until proven guilty. Well, when you read this report, I think you're going to think the other way around. I think you're going to say, no, she's guilty. She have to go prove her innocence. Because it is a damning report and they have the paperwork. But we still have to abide by our judicial rules and our democratic principles, and so she's innocent until proven guilty. But look, let me show you something. Look at this. Look at this recommendation that they made. The DI recommends, let me put it up here. See the people. And for those of you who interested in the section, there it is right here, section 5.3.5. And they were making recommendations. You know what? Let me go back on. We never know if to stop because there's so many recommendations they make. First one is this, 5.3.1. The DI recommends that this report be referred to the Director of Corruption Prosecution for consideration. Meaning that they're saying that we're finished and we think that there's a matter here to be prosecuted and we're referring it to you for prosecution. And a number of charges. I think it's something like, I don't know, 7 charges, 8 charges against her right now, pending. So that's the first one they made. Then they said they referred to the Commission of Customs to recover duties and to apply penalties as they deem appropriate. Because they said that the vehicle acquired, see, look at the second to last line. Well, actually, the third to last line. It says, is premised, the DI's recommendation is premised on the finding that the vehicle acquired. So what am I saying is that we not guess and spell, a she buy the car. Them say the vehicle acquired by Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert was used contrary to section 32(1) of the Customs Act. So them say she violate that. Then them send it to the clerk of the court, the clerk of the Houses of Parliament. And them say, listen, on the PR money, and on the PR money which was in breach of the motor vehicle policy, the terms and conditions of the 20% concession granted to her and by extension the Customs Act. So they must say all of the money on a PR, she shouldn't have gotten any of that money. She shouldn't have got any of that money. So them say we want to go back and review the approval process to make sure it's both fit for purpose and fraud proof. You see what I'm tell you though? It's that read between the lines. When them say we want to make sure you go back and review to make sure that it is fit for purpose. The process whereby when you pay money is fit for purpose and fraud proof. This is what I'm telling you, that fraud was committed. Otherwise, there's no need for them to mention that it's fraud proof. Then look here now. Them send it to the financial secretary to do what? Forget about the money. Them say refer to the financial secretary to take such action as may be necessary to do what? To recover the allowances paid in breach of Circular 13 and the terms and conditions of the 20% duty concession. So she get 20% concession because she said, when she purchased the vehicle, I'm using this vehicle. And she's an MP, and she's gonna use a vehicle for do our business, do the people's business. And so she get all of these perks. And now them I say, no, we have to take back all of them things there. And while we're taking them back, we want to review the process to make sure it's fit for purpose and that it's fraud proof. Now, look what them tell the Prime Minister now. The DI recommends that this report be referred to the Prime Minister for him to take such disciplinary and or administrative actions which both recognizes the seriousness of Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert's conduct and to deter reoccurrence. Let me break that down now for my farmer brethren them now. What I say is, Mr. Prime Minister, in addition to what we are doing, and send it over here, so send it to Parliament for them for review, for make sure say the process by which we pay our parliamentarians, we give them concessions and other things. The process by which that is done, we want to make sure say it's fit for purpose and that it's fraud proof. And we want back our money. And we want the Prime Minister to take disciplinary action. It says it referred to him for him to take such. But that's a nice way of saying you need to do something about this, Mr. Prime Minister. Disciplinary and or administrative. So it could be disciplinary and administrative actions, which both recognizes the seriousness of her conduct and to deter reoccurrence to prevent other people from doing it. To prevent her, if she ever decide to run again, from doing it, and to prevent other people from doing it. And them said the DI further recommends that a national training program be developed for members of Parliament in the area of ethics and the applicable government policies, regulations, and legislation. No, my people, let me talk to you now. The very last sentence. I want to say this before. No, talk to me, no, man. I want to say this before. Let me see if I can help you out, because I don't like how now go on and not talk to me, you know. We see this before, man.
No, the same kind of worded them they use for the 28 account, man.
See, Kevin too bright for that program, man, you know. Kevin, I show me up now. Kevin, I show me up now, you know. I say me can't find it for them, Kevin. What are they? Anti-corruption.
I just asking a question, Bridget.
That is it. That is it. You remember this? You remember that letter, yeah? So the code of conduct, with them right, because the lady there, Mrs. Marlene Malahoo Fort, start complaining when the Integrity Commission said, only not sign the Nolan principles, the code of conduct. You remember that? Away there. I'll try to find the recite, Kevin. Illicit enrichment. Hold on there. I see report. In any event, we not forgot too far. Hold on there. Okay. All right. See what I want. Let me read it to you. Kevin, I have to even big this up. It says here, the Integrity Commission has completed the delivery of a specially designed series of 12 anti-corruption, good governance, and integrity sensitization training workshops for Jamaica's Prime Minister and Cabinet members. Right? The idea of anti-corruption sensitization training for Jamaica's Cabinet members was raised when the Commission's Executive Director, Greg Christie, paid a courtesy call on the Prime Minister, and the Executive Director readily gave his commitment that the Commission would develop the relevant materials and deliver the training. And it goes on to talk about all the areas where they will provide the training in. Them talk about all of that. And then nobody look for the letter, because I think, remember what going on, Kevin. Remember it. Now, what we did there? All right. So, you see, when them said the DI further recommends that a national training program be developed, them already have a national training program. Look on this. This is last year, not 2023. The training program them have was developed before this. Them already have it. But what them do? Fling it on the prime minister now because remember now the prime minister no want to sign it. Him no sign it. So them fling this in them face and say we are recommend that a national training program be developed in the area of ethics and the applicable government policies, regulations, and legislation. They already have it. So that's a slap in them face. For say you get it and never want to sign. And now what we are going to do, we are recommend that a national training program be developed. Now the question is, who going to develop that program? They never say the DI further recommends that the DI will develop a national training program. But if I show you something, hold on a second there. You're showing us something. Which part the Integrity Commission at the Kevin? Because while me I talk to you, enough things, as I'm not saying, I will put lyrics in my mind.
And I see.
Where I see. Oh, yeah, so. No, bear with me there. Bear with me. No, I don't see it. You know, why so.
See, people, today was one of those days when we had multiple things going on, you know.
Yeah, hold on there. Like this. Like that. Bear with the people, because what means that, you know, we don't get a chance to practice today because, you know, certain things happen and we just have to do what we have to do. Wait, man. We just see it a while ago, you know.
Yeah, today was one of them days.
All right, what we want to show now is this, is that the DI has the mandate within the law to set up national programs. And so it's a bun me, I can't find it else, man. Well, go on now. I'm going to be with that. Come here, show now this thing, you know. Hold on, the Prime Minister. I know Kevin Fault, you know. Wink, wink, right? I know what I'm going. They are. Hold on, Kevin. It must. They are, man.
It might be one of the files from last week. Last week or the week before we had looked at that.
Always, it's always. Me always keep it up. This is the annual report and all that stuff. What's this? The DPP.
And so to move to the PMIC.
All right, secure reports. It's not here. Ooh. International. That's about NIGEL. They look at me and I laugh, you know. I just saw it. Statutory declarations, Integrity Commission supplement, Integrity Commission, anti-corruption.
This gives an idea of how many of these files were put together over the time and how we move through them.
Yeah. They are, man. Right, you know what? Hold on. You know which part of that. Hold on. Let me go to the history. I must find it here, so. No, bear with me. Bear with me.
No, this man gone to history. You know how much of these documents he has in history? He got to history. Let's come. Adventure time. Wanna come with me, people?
But the only file now got to right that's not. One, I see. Like this? No. It also let me pull up on that. This was sure.
I'm not too sure which file that it is that he's looking for.
No, I look over in history. It's over here, man. The Integrity Commission.
I can't this time, Dre. Not this time.
Eh?
Andrea said we must go find the file.
So you must file it?
Yeah.
I find everything except it, you know. I find all things I couldn't find before. You find Integrity Commission. See it, yeah? All right. I'm showing us something now. Hold on. Right there. So, with layout. I'm showing you with layout. Then on public confidence. Subject to receive complaints, monitoring, and February code of conduct. All right. Look on G. Look on G. Look on H. So G said, prepare codes of conduct and other advisory material relating to corruption and guide public bodies in respect of matters within the purview of this act. And look on H, monitor current legislative and administrative practices in the fight against corruption. Right? And then look on this. So I'm saying, DI further recommends that a national training program be developed in the area of ethics and applicable government policies, regulations, and legislation. Same thing. So when they talk about, when they send this to him and I say, we are recommend, the question is, yeah, I recommend it, but who are going to be in charge of this? Why you tell with this? Why not just, if I'm the prime minister, I'm going to say, why not just do it? Why not have the mandate for do it? So why you tell me, say, I recommend not it? Just do it, right? But even more important than that is the fact that they recommended to the prime minister that disciplinary and or administrative actions should be taken against Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert based on the seriousness of her conduct and to deter reoccurrence. That he should consider. It is referred to him for that. Now, how is it then that the Prime Minister end up saying now that he must support our candidates in the by-election? Tell me how this works, people. I don't know who advised the Prime Minister, but whoever advised him, I don't think I don't think they should be paid. I don't think they should be paid, because how is it that you just get you get training in anti-corruption and good governance, the 7 Nolan principles, and if you sign off on it, you know, sign off, but you still come out and I run up your mouth. I'm not sure what I'm talking about when I say the Prime Minister I run up your mouth. All right, on the mic. Let me show you something. No. Take a look. Is it this one? Yeah. This is 2021. This must be 2020. All right. Take a look at this one now. So the Prime Minister, you know, in 2021. Remember, people, December 9th is International Anti-Corruption Day. And we must watch to see what the Prime Minister is going to say about the Integrity Commission, because he's always said very nice things, very complimentary things about them. And see what him say right also? Him say, you know, this administration is committed to ridding our society of corruption, as evidenced by the passage of the Integrity Commission Act in 2017. which consolidated and strengthened the existing anti-corruption laws and established the Integrity Commission. And him said we're going to give them budgetary and legislative support. This one is 2020, 2021. But we have something more recent, like last year. Let me see if no, like that. Well, just bear with me, please. Take it easy with me today. Let me just find the sitting there. 2021. Hold on, that's 2021. That's where Kevin makes find 2021. And then we can't find it. I'm just see the whole of them a while ago now. Kevin, you there? Kevin gone. All right, so I'm the other one. I feel hold on the fort now then. All right. But the point I'm making is that this Prime Minister is always speaking very nicely about the Integrity Commission. But now, he want to send them over the precipice. He want to get rid of them.
That one might be in the PM tab.
On the PM tab? Oh. Like this? Two people on. Oh, yeah. Kevin, yeah, that's a 2020. I want to find the most recent one. 2022. We'll get warm people. 2023. See our Prime Minister, you know. See, and hear what I'm saying? Hear what I'm saying? Whilst we have made significant strides as a politically independent country, we could have achieved much more were it not for corruption in many forms. Considering this, the work of the Integrity Commission is crucial. I am therefore pleased to note its work to expand public sensitization programs and improve investigative performance and technical proficiency, all of which represent a comprehensive approach to addressing corruption. I also commend the Commission's effort to strengthen awareness and compliance. Hear what I'm saying? I commend them in their efforts to strengthen awareness and compliance in public bodies. He might talk about himself, as well as its dedication to improving responsiveness to complaints and reports. The emphasis on public engagement and education is commendable. As we collectively strive for a corruption-free society, I urge the Integrity Commission to continue its work across Jamaica. The government continues to promote transparency, accountability, and integrity to ensure that Jamaica emerges as a shining example of good governance. Now, people supporting Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert's candidacy, how is that? How is that an exercise in integrity? How? How is it? How is it? And then you big up the Integrity Commission, and then you cuss out the Integrity Commission now. So I want to know, and this is last year, December, less than a year ago. So I want to see, what am I going to say next month, the 9th? What am I going to say about them? But folks, this just goes, Pastor Ricky, big up yourself. This just goes to show that the contradictions are palpable. They're enormous. They're astounding. They're befuddling. You look at them and you say to yourself, I can't believe this.
So
because
question
why?
now, Rebel. One
quick
quick question.
Let me move this off of the stick.
And you don't have to move it. Unless you don't know this, you don't have to move it. But my question is simple. If the leader of a country is going to say, boy, here's this entity that is set up to make sure that there's no such thing as corruption around us. And where is that corruption supposed to be? In the business sector?
Yep. Where is it?
In the primary schools? Where the corruption? Which corruption am I talking about?
Look, you know, it's a good question for the Prime Minister for answer.
Yeah,
That's a good question.
because that is acknowledging that there's corruption somewhere. So, what has led you to believe that there's corruption somewhere? That you have to be recognizing such an entity, and the work that they're doing.
Kevin, you know what I mean? I say the DPP thing.
You lost the DPP tab.
The complaint. Me say the transcript from the out of the judges' chambers. Me say the case Michael Manley versus Gleaner, and then we'd have the interview.
The 3 exhibits.
No, you know what? Don't worry about that. We only have less than an hour. Let me jump in at this other one. Let me jump in at this other thing. We want to talk about the order of Jamaica with Chang, Bartlett, Marks. With
Let me make sure I put you up on a big screen for this.
we don't bring on for sure how the politicians them are going to avoid going to prison. But here what we're gonna do this. We do this piece here. With that piece, and what happened is we're gonna go through it. But please forgive me, right? Forgive me because wait, I sat there. Wait. I'm a mother that's a cockafart. Watch out.
The MP.
Oh man, man. Listen.
Big up yourself, brother.
Brother, I said him Jim Screechy come in.
Yeah, man. The whole time I doing the rounds, I doing the walks, I doing all of that, and I say, yo, I well want to sign in, and it just made me sit down, and I say I have to sign in. So I gotta stay as long as I can until them start them meeting. But boy, I missed the show, bad.
Well, we miss you bad. You know,
that is it.
Yeah, because I have to tell people. But I think what happened, the listeners, the supporters, the well-wishers, everybody understands that, you know, you have your priorities and you just can't be everywhere all the time.
Yes.
You know, so you have to pick where you have to be, and you're on a mission right now, and we're happy that you're on this mission. And by the way, people, some we have some naysayers out there who will say, well, Rattigan him with the foundation, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, and as a result, him can't support a candidate or a party. That is true. But guess what happened? There's a Rattigan who is an individual who's separate and apart from the foundation. It is true you can't use the foundation money and you can't use the foundation thing and support a candidate. But Rattigan in and of himself as an individual can say, no. I like what Isat do. I support what Isat do. There's nothing wrong with that. But I know some people are going to say, oh, and they've been saying it before. They've said it before. And some of them were very close to us at one point. And them come out and make all kind of statement. But we'll leave it there. So Isat, our brother, right? And wherever Isat go, we're there with him. It's as simple as that, right? Because we like what the man stand for. We like the fact that Isat is truly a case of redemption. And he doesn't hesitate to tell you about his past. So you can't bring up nothing and say, well, him did do this and him did do that, because Isat come right out as a good prosecutor, defense attorney. Would do it. If you have a client who have some dirt, you bring it out right out and say, hey, here's my client, right? And you take the wind out of your sails, and that's it. But in addition to that, Isat has accomplished a lot, unquestionably, undeniably. He has done that. There's no one in Jamaica or anyone who knows of Isat and his background can say that this man hasn't truly redeemed himself. He's not redeemed himself. He's made himself exemplary. He has given hope to the hopeless. He has given life to the lifeless. He He stands for the proposition that it no matter how much time you go down, get up. As long as there's life, there is hope. You have to get up. And brother, let me tell you something. You are truly an inspiration to many, many, many Jamaicans, and we wish you well in this endeavor. And furthermore, you were here long before you chose to go down this path.
I feel like it's gonna make me going down this path, and then you're speaking like it just drop off sky. Kevin,
what is Uno?
You too.
Context matters in the Isat. Uno.
That is so. That is so.
Well, you know, Isat, I tell you what, we had a lovely program planned as usual. And what happened, a dear friend of mine, him take sick, and me have to run with them. Hey, people, we don't need, at least for me, we don't need to big up Kevin, you know. We don't need to big up Kevin. You don't just say Kevin where you're there. We need to say Kevin, thank you. Because Kevin was on the line. Because again, I'll have to say it because I need to reinforce this in our people's head. When you say me and Kevin, I will come on at 3 o'clock, just keep in mind that this is something that's been going on throughout the week. Me keep send Kevin stuff. Kevin reach out to me and say, hey, you sure you want that? And we talk about it. And then on Saturday mornings, 9 o'clock sharp, Kevin and I will get together. And Kevin is with me from 9 until 8 o'clock when it's time for him to go. And him put up, him take down, him test. This morning we have so many problems. And we're still having problems right now. And Kevin was on the line when my friend takes sick. I'm going to say, Kevin, I have to go. I'm going to say, Kevin, here what? We could cancel the program. And Kevin said, no, take your virgin right now, go. Because it was an emergency. He said, take him, go to the hospital. I will cover the show for you. It would be so easy for him to say, okay, all right, yeah, we cancel it. Let me send out a notice and we'll pick it up next week. And him said, no, this is too important to our people. This is too important. It's important that, oh, see my brethren here, you know. He might come on. Wait, I know him that. How that? Who's that lovely lady? Is that Mrs. Wildman? I can't see her, you know, so. I can't see her, but me can see her. All right. Hey, when me grow, you can't hear me?
Yeah, when I'm supposed to hear you.
Where am I going like him can't? You can't hear me, sir? Him can't hear me. Him can't hear me. Yo. People only not going to win. I'm glad. Hey, may I tell you say, God on time, man. I'm glad you're coming up because Isat, the piece we are talking about, you know, is the case with the principal at the all-age school who for 9 years they didn't try him. They charged him, but they didn't try him. And Mr. Wildman went to court and raised a constitutional violation. And the judge said, yes, indeed. It's going to take too long to prosecute this man. Sir. I'm glad you're there, Isat. You can't hear me? Hold on, let me add him now.
Add him.
Excuse me, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Hey, you know, so me almost give up on you, you know. Come and say, boy, you now come again. Because me know say you have the gym thing going on and you have meetings and all of them things. But
yes, and
I know your assistant. I can tell you that. When I go, I want to be like you.
I had to cut my gym thing short.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And let me tell you something. When me grow up, I want to be like you, you know. Because me want to get rid of Kevin and get an assistant who look like your assistant. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two renowned attorneys with us, Isat Buchanan and Mr. Hugh Wildman. And I am so happy that both of them are here because Mr. Hugh Wildman was the one who defended the principal, and Isat, as you know, is a human rights. I don't call him lawyer, human rights defender, fighter. And so I'm happy that both of them are here. Mr. Wildman, welcome to the show.
Isat, how are you?
Blessings, Mr. Wildman.
All right. Mr. Wildman, what I'd like you to do, so I don't want to steal the thunder. Could you please go ahead and just give us a little synopsis of the case, that case with the principal?
Well, just to make the point that he was charged on the for pornography, and he had about 3 lawyers before, and so I came in at the tail end, and when I looked at the matter, I realized that, and I went to court. I realized that the prosecution was not getting their act together because the complainant was not attending. The police seemed to have attended now and again, and everybody just business as usual. So I raised the point before the judge that this cannot continue. There's a serious constitutional violation here, because I had done a case before, which is the Mervyn Cameron case. It's the first one decided under the new charter on the question of delay, where we succeeded. So I made the point that in light of the Mervyn Cameron case, this is a gross violation of the man's right to be coming here for so many years without a trial. So I said that Section 16 of the Charter is being breached by the state in not having the case disposed of, tried, within a reasonable time. So I put the Crown on note. The judge put the Crown on notice, because I indicated I want to make certain submissions in law, and that they said they needed time. So the judge gave them 1 week to get their act together to respond, because I made it clear that I was going to be relying on the issue of delay, breach of constitutional right. So I made the submission, and they were given another week to respond. When they came, they literally threw in the towel by saying that they can't go any further and they intend to take a certain course. As the prosecutor indicated to me, that they intended to take a certain course. So what they wanted to do was for us to sign the usual document for the judge alone to deal with the matter, so that the issue of the disposal of the case by way of a not guilty verdict by the judge can be accommodated. So we did that, and the gentleman was rearraigned, pleaded not guilty, and the prosecution outlined what they thought was their case. And in the circumstances, they said that they can't take it any further, so they intend to offer no further evidence. And so the judge was about to discharge the accused, and I indicated to the judge that we need to have a formal verdict of not guilty, because a discharge is not a verdict. When a person is arraigned and he pleads not guilty, is one of two verdicts. You can either return a verdict of guilty or not guilty. You can't just say you're free to go. So I insisted that there must be a formal verdict on the indictment of not guilty, and she acceded to the request and returned a formal verdict of not guilty. That is to say, now, he can't be rearranged in any circumstance, because he could rely on the plea of Otrafor. So that's the purpose of that. And then he also will be able now to get his life together, because without a formal verdict, in fact, he was in my office yesterday, and he was so grateful. He said that now that he has been found not guilty, he was assured by the authorities that he will get back his job fully.
All right. Now, I saw something where parents were saying they don't want him back. Right? They don't want him to come back and be the principal at that school. Can you shed some light on that?
Well, he didn't indicate that to me. What he said yesterday is that the authorities indicate to him that he will get back his job in light of the not guilty verdict.
Let me just show the folks some way out. This is the thing with it. So that principal freed of child porn charge because of constitutional breach. And it goes on to say Bradley Robinson was facing a pornography charge for the last 9 years.
Yes.
And was freed because of a breach of his constitutional right. And it is, Wildman argued last week that Robinson should be freed because the delay in trying the case was a breach of his constitutional right to trial within a reasonable time.
Yes.
Now, let me move this and ask Isat to join the discussion. Isat, give us your take on this.
So you know that Mr. Wildman is a constitutional genius. So you usually he did mention the Mervyn Cameron case, and I can go further to say that in relation to the charter, the court has been given effect to the constitutional rights. In recently in the Adisha Palmer matter, Justice McDonald Bishop, along with that panel, issue a 72-page judgment, 223 paragraphs, and they did give some guidance on the delay point as well, which
Yes.
I'm sure the judge would have certainly, if I don't know how long that was, but I'm sure guidance is there in terms of how, even right up to the Privy Council, that
Yes.
they now accept that 8 years, and
Yes.
our former president of the Court of Appeal, Justice Brooks, did pretty much lay down the foundation that 8 years is really
Yes.
in our jurisprudence currently. When you're at 8 years, that's it, right
And
up to
yes,
appellate level. And so to see Mr. Wildman championing the cause, there's a lot of matters that should be thrown out like that.
that's correct.
Some of the young men are actually incarcerated,
That's correct.
awaiting trial.
That's correct.
Some for 10 years is just to identify them. And sometimes I hope that the court and the DPP office will take it upon their own initiative to dismiss these matters, similar to the manner. In other words, call these lawyers or appoint legal
Yes.
aids to have the judge alone arraignment and have the
Yes.
matters put out, because our system is overcrowded with matters that they honestly cannot advance.
That's correct. And it's interesting that you raised that point, because
Mhm.
I remember when the issue of the retrial of Ajita came up, and
Mhm.
I was asked the question, and I, even before the matter was determined, I made the point, because there was a lot of speculation going on. I made the point that he had a good chance of acquittal on the basis of delay. That was my principal argument, that because of the length of time that this matter took to go through the courts, including the delay, getting the transcript, getting the matter determined in the Privy Council, the Court of Appeal took a long time to give a judgment, all these things. And I made the point that I think he has a good chance of being freed and not to have a retrial. That was my prediction on the issue. And I was out of the jurisdiction when it actually happened, when the arguments are being presented. And I was clear that that was the main issue that the Crown would have to circumvent because of the delay point. And I said so, the context of there are some cases coming out of Mauritius in particular, which in fact I relied on a couple of them in this matter here. There's one in particular by the name of Abulek, where the Privy Council made a point.
We use that one, yes.
Yeah, correct, exactly. Privy Council made a point that, and that was a 9-year delay case too. That was a 9-year, and the Privy Council was clear. And they were relying on a constitutional provision identical to ours. Identical to ours. And the Privy Council was clear that that was a clear breach of the person's right to a fair trial within a reasonable time.
Let me add something here, right? I'm glad I'm very happy that both of you are here. And we have a very lively audience. And they're chiming in for good reason. One of the things, when I advertised today's program, one of the things I put on it, one of the things I said was, let me just get I said, the politicians' tactic to avoid prison in Jamaica. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
I won't please make a comment, because there's lots of cases out there, and when you have all these delays, and I've seen cases where they were not prosecuted because the prosecutor said abuse of process, too much time, plus you have statute of limitations issues as well. But where you don't have that, then I see where they use abuse of process. But no, I see where you can go to court and say, hey, this is a constitutional violation to a speedy trial.
Yeah.
Let me start with you, Mr. Wildman, since you're on the big screen, and then I'll move to Isat. Yeah. What's your take on these cases? Because you mentioned cases about people languishing in prison.
Yeah.
But there are cases with people living lavishly outside of prison
Yes.
who should face the bar of justice. What do you say about those cases involving particularly politicians and people of influence?
Well, in terms of what delay?
Delay.
Well, the authorities are clear that the question of delay arises from the time of the commission of the offense. So a lot of people not understanding that this delay point really, delay starts to run, the time starts to run from the commission of the offense. And so I don't think a lot of persons appreciate that when you go to court and argue, about this question of delay, it has most people think that is only when you are brought before the court that the point of delay arises. Delay arises from the commission of the offense. Naturally, when you are charged, it is evident that from the time you are charged to the time of trial will add to that point, that process. But the computation of time is from the time the offense was committed. Now, there's also the question of delay on the part where the police, they may take a long time in their investigation, and to make the point that you're raising about the politicians or whoever they may be, they may take a long time to investigate a case. And when they investigate the case, you'll find that it may not even be complete, and it drags on in the courts. And that adds to the process of delay, because they now can raise the point that you're taking too long to try me.
All right. I said, notice Mr. Wildman deftly avoid.
I'm wondering if I should take guidance from Caesar also and dance through the raindrops. But I will say this, and
Yeah.
don't fault me for this, but I'm currently known as the worst of the worst when it comes to how people not appreciate the difference between somebody who has gone through the justice system and matters adjudicated. So
Yeah.
I ought not be compared to those who have found themselves in an illicit enrichment crisis, a corruption crisis, and especially if you were once working in the Ministry of Education, accused of thieving all of the money, and your court case can't call up in time, and slowly but surely, as the time told, you're going to make the Wildman point. I'm calling it the Wildman point because he
Yes.
made it in the Mervyn Cameron, and I'm
Yes.
not going to profess that I'm the one that discovered this. It's out there, and he was a prosecutor in
That's
another
correct.
jurisdiction,
That's
so he
correct.
has all the secrets that he brought back to Jamaica, and it is for the judiciary's catching up to some of the tricks in Mr. Wildman's toolkit, which I also use. So when you see court cases, for instance, even at the General Legal Council, there's I don't have any wrinkles in my dimples, so you
Yes.
can go for that. But if ever it is, if you could have seen the speed at which the General Legal Council prosecuted a young attorney, his
Yes.
name was Isat Buchanan,
Yes.
for matters not connected with thieving client's land, money, property, or negligence thereof in terms of protection of the public. One wonders how it is that a man from Montego Bay, whom I know very well, could
Yes.
cry that his land was stolen by a politician, senior attorney, and that matter is not traversed
Yes.
properly.
Yes.
So you have to appreciate that the delay is a tactic being used often by those evil, wicked defense counsels
Yes.
who find a way to make the matter drag on and said it's not my client's fault. And the court is placed in a very rock and a hard place because the Constitution is the done of all dons. Section 16, and I
Yes.
invite people to read
Yes.
the
Start
short
up.
camera
Start up.
judgment, where the Privy Council was bound to quash the conviction because it was a breach of the fair trial right by independent and impartial
Yes.
jury. Faced at the retrial hearing, the same 16,
Yes.
the due process right, which is a fair trial in a reasonable
Reasonable
time,
time.
is also breached. And what is the remedy for that? So you can't just have people coming to court like they do have nothing doing and life is on hold, and you don't think that when a defense counsel like Mr. Wildman or myself raise the point that it doesn't work. And
Yeah,
I've been telling the people this, the Constitution is for everybody,
that's
even the
correct.
politicians who craftily escape judgment by use of delay, and it is an abuse of process. And so I'm not in defense of them, but the justice system and the judiciary is to act with
Yeah,
us with swift justice for it to be considered justice.
that's true. But I agree with what Isaac is saying perfectly. But don't mistake or try to conflate the question of delay on the part of the state in bringing a prosecution, or the state having brought a prosecution, not prosecuting the case within a reasonable time. With, for example, I'm going to highlight the case that I think you're referring to, the case of Pinnock and Reed. There are two separate situations. In the Pinnock and Reed situation, for example, they have a right to invoke the right under the Constitution to and challenge the system if they think that they are being charged and prosecuted under a law that does not provide for it to be done. Because remember what is raising Pinnock and Reed, Pinnock and Reed were arrested and charged by the FID. And what Pinnock and Reed saying in their judicial review challenge is that, and you can read it for yourself, under the FID Act, it is a purely investigative body of financial crimes. It does not, and I repeat, it does not allow for the FID to charge anyone. And this is very important, for example, because remember, the FID is part of the part of the Ministry of Finance. So they are actually part of this political apparatus, if you will. And so that is why in the wisdom of the law, they were not given the power to arrest and charge, because that have implication for the separation of powers. And so the FID Act is clear that they can investigate financial crimes, and if they find that an offense has been committed, they can turn over the fruit of the investigation to the relevant bodies and name the bodies that they can cooperate with. What happened in Pinnock and Reed is that they were charged by the FID, and we are contending that that is an illegality. An illegality. Just like, for example, in the Indicom case, where the Privy Council said that Indicom is an investigative body and they don't have the power to arrest and charge, and they quash what Indicom had done in relation to the charge of those police officers.
No,
And
man,
so,
Mr. Wildman,
yeah,
I'm not questioning your genius.
yeah,
The defense attorneys have a right to use all
that's
tools
correct.
in their toolbox.
That's correct.
The aspect of it that I'm speaking about
Yeah,
is that delay defeats equity.
that is true.
And so even as respectfully, even as the prime minister is trying his hand at judicial review,
Yes,
and we will see where that goes.
good.
I
Yes,
won't call my prediction on that because I
yes.
think it's a no-brainer. But
I,
these
I,
are
I,
delay.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you.
Okay, that's a no-brainer. But the
Yeah,
delay tactics, albeit that
yeah,
what you have positive is
yeah.
is consistent, similar to the Indicom matter, and
That's
it will
correct.
be a matter as to whether or not the persons on the ground had double duties, and
Yes,
that
yes,
there's intricacies where that is concerned. But the aspect I'm speaking about is after the judicial review matter,
yes,
a
yes,
lot of the investigative aspect of it becomes cold,
yes.
and the passage of time makes it that much more difficult for the
I agree. I agree with
prosecution
that.
arm
Yeah,
to
that's correct.
mount its case against the defendants.
That is true.
And
That is
so
that.
and so that aspect of it is where I think especially when it comes to fresh justice, and
Yes,
that I believe that delay prevents that, and we should, as a matter of procedure, adopt the constitutional framework to say that when after a certain amount of time, cases really shouldn't be languishing, And of course, where we can identify that it is not by the conduct of the defendant,
That's true.
then the judges ought to exercise like an inherent jurisdiction point
Yes.
and deal with those matters. That's
But
really the aspect of it.
it's interesting to note also that in the Abilene case, the Privy Council was clear that it doesn't matter who is responsible for the delay now. Where there's delay, there's a breach.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I'm
Yes.
saying though, in
Yes.
Jamaica though,
Yes.
they take great pains, especially by affidavits. Especially,
Yes.
they give great pains to say that if the delay, for instance, lawyers don't come to court and
Yes.
is a part of the instructions where
That's correct.
defendants are to be active in terms of the representation because they have a constitutional right to the attorney of their choice. They
Yes.
can't complain when they choose an attorney like yeah. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes, an
Yeah, man, you
attorney
come
who
back.
is always busy and then say, oh, it is delay when the attorney who I choose as a constitutional right
Yes.
is the cause of the delay. That's the aspect I was
But
speaking of. But
the,
yeah.
the thing that I'd like to pose, though, well, you know what, Kevin, go ahead, because we haven't heard from you.
No, I said just really touched on it, because as my thing was, and greetings again, Hugh, and welcome back, Isat. Get some sleep when you get a chance, here. Don't follow Will.
I start sitting, Sita. Take this.
So my thing really was, how do you separate a delay tactic versus an actual legit delay in which someone who was lost in the system, like the 60-year man, I said,
Yes.
And at what point does it move from just, okay, we'll make a ruling on this, and the person who sat in jail for 10 years has no recourse? At what point does an individual say, boy, clearly I was wrongfully incarcerated, give me some compensation for this?
That's the point. Once you can establish a constitutional breach, and that is what we did in Mervyn Cameron. Once you can establish a constitutional breach, if you had brought up a constitutional challenge, then you are entitled to damages for breach of constitutional right.
Well, let me put it.
No, I wanted to. Can I just jump in real quick?
Yes.
Mr. Wildman was very, very nice, but he answered the question already. And let me repeat. He said the principal had 3 attorneys before.
That's correct.
There are these mechanisms are in the Constitution.
That's
several places. Your
Yes.
attorney has a duty to
That's
represent
correct.
you
That's correct.
vigorously. So a lot of people who are languishing
That's correct, my
in
brother. That's
prison,
correct. That's
it
correct.
is because their attorneys have failed to
perfectly
invoke
right.
their constitution thing.
You're
So he's
perfectly
putting
right.
it nicely.
You're
But
perfectly
there
right.
are persons who have attorneys, do nothing. They
That
hire
is
Mr.
correct.
Wildman, they hire me, and instantly
We
the
see the point. We
constitutional
see the point.
matters.
We see the point.
Yeah. And
Yes.
you take the point. There
That's
are people
correct.
who will be upset
That's
about
correct.
it, but you take the point,
That's
and it's
correct.
a valid point. And attorneys should exercise at all material times, look for constitutional breaches
That's
from the
correct.
beginning of the case to the
That's
end
correct.
of the case.
I agree with
All
you
right.
totally.
Let me throw something in here now, because we're to some degree we're talk legalese, right? When we want to talk so that my farmer family them down in St. Elizabeth them can understand what we are talking about. Now let me switch the focus a little bit now and go over to the DPP side, because they're the ones who prosecute the criminal cases by and large, right? So now what I'm being told, and unless I hear differently, this is what I'm led to believe, that the DPP is staffed to some degree by inexperienced attorneys, not incompetent attorneys, just inexperienced attorneys. They're young, right?
Yeah.
I'm also hearing that they're overworked, and I heard that on this thing. I've heard that they're underpaid.
Yeah.
And they have a ton of cases, and then you have you have blunders being made by the police in some cases. Where do we see this justice system going in terms of prosecute? No, especially Mr. Wildman, you were a prosecutor at one point.
Yes.
Give me your assessment of the Jamaican prosecutorial system today.
Well, I am glad you raised that, because up to last week, I was in the Court of Appeal commenting on that situation where an appeal is pending, and we made submissions from June, written submission, everything, Crown, the defense ready from June of this year. And the case was set for hearing in July. Then they changed the date and put it to the 26th of September. And when we went to court, then they changed it again. When we went to court 2 weeks ago, only to be told that up to now, the prosecution has not responded to my legal arguments. And the man is incarcerated. Same Irvin Cameron. And the trial is now put for way into next year, March, April. I am saying, and I made a point to the Court of Appeal, that this is unacceptable. I said, when I was there, we didn't have 50, 60 lawyers as they have now. And we had to take on all of this volume of work. And that couldn't happen in my time. That couldn't happen in my time. I remember, and I remember, and I told them about one particular case where I had to go at short notice at the request of Mr. Andrade to appear in the Court of Appeal 9:30 the next morning. I was given the brief 4 o'clock the evening in the Morris murder case that the late Justice Wolf was a trial judge. His summation to the jury was over 300 pages. That's we call that the Morris case. And the Court of Appeal said they wanted a senior lawyer to respond to the defense. And I had to, Mr. Andrade called me up the evening and said, Wildman, I want you to go over there, go take a charge of me. And I had to take the brief from the young counsel, and I had to get ready for 9:30 the next morning. And I'm saying, look at how many months they would have had to respond. And because of that, the man is in custody and can't get his appeal heard. So I'm saying, what we are seeing here, this delay, and that is contributing to delay. That is contributing to delay. And the point is this. I have to say it. I mean, it is sad. We have seen a significant fall in this, in what is happening at the DPP as the office. I'm being honest about it. I mean, honest about it. Because what should be happening is that all these cases, Isaac made a point earlier, these cases where they're not going anywhere, the DPP should take a conscious decision here and say, look here, we can't prosecute these cases or have these cases linger and the people come into court, and some of them in custody, and it is clogging up the system. Let us take a decision here and have these matters, they are breach of their people's constitutional right, and have them disposed of. That is what we need to do. As I made a point again, we need to get aggressive defense lawyers to come to court and say, look, we are not going to tolerate this. We are demanding that the prosecution either put up or shut up. No.
So,
and force the hands of the judiciary.
So what that means then, based on what you're telling me, is that because if you take the proposition that they're underpaid, overworked, you would say they're not overworked because during your time period.
I wouldn't say they're underpaid at all. I wouldn't say they're underpaid. I'm not making that point because they are getting far more than what we used to get.
No, I'm saying my proposition.
I'm making that. I will adopt that they are underpaid, and even though there's a ton of them that don't like me, I will advocate for them because they ought to be paid commensurate to the work that's being done.
I agree with that.
I stand on that.
I agree, but I would not go as far as say I don't know what the salary scale is.
They got 20%.
I don't know.
I'm telling you this. When the politicians got 300%, they got 20.
Okay, fine. So I would also make a case for increasing salary for the lawyers in the government service. I fought for that when I was there, and I would strongly support that even now. But I know that in a system, lawyers are not paid what they deserve. I know that.
All right.
That happens
So,
across the board,
all right.
in
What
the
I'm
government service.
what I'm hearing though, it's almost like, and correct me if I'm wrong. What I'm hearing from you is basically gloom and doom. It's like the system is collapsing, because it sounds to me like you're saying they're not adequately preparing, right, and presenting their cases, and there's a backlog, and as a result of this, people will have to walk based on the fact that there's a constitutional breach, spanning a certain period of time.
What we need, and I would make this point, we need a more vigilant judiciary on this point, to say, because the judiciary can take the initiative, if a case is coming up before the court repeatedly and nothing is happening, witnesses are not turning up, and the prosecutor just asks in court for another adjournment, a judge can take the initiative and say, look here now, hey, something is happening here. We can't continue like this. If you see a case coming before the court and you have 3-4 adjournments and witnesses not turn up, I think the judiciary has a duty to say enough is enough, and say, let us, once you call the police into court and say, have you done what you're supposed to do? What happened to the witnesses? And the witnesses have shown no interest, then put the policeman on show answers and dispose of the case. That is what is clogging up the system.
Isat, your view.
So one thing I need to add, you see, our justice system is gonna always be suffering because we still have an acting DPP.
Yes.
It's important to note because the DPP, the role that the DPP plays is of significance to how the justice system operates. It's a prosecutorial arm. A lot of the prosecutors are deputized, and they are her hands and her legs and her feet. And I'm saying her because the acting is a her. And for that reason, there are cases that young prosecutors, some of them I would have thought, I'm not aging myself, but I'm just showing you how the justice system is moving and how time is passing. They know, they have been trained under the charter, and they know that it's a delay point, but a lot of the prosecutors cannot take the point without the approval of the DPP. So
Starling Concord.
One more time. Starling.
Kevin, you're up.
We have
less than 10 minutes to go.
All right, so
he will then send a senior like
he's back.
Sorry about that.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Starling,
I was saying that the senior, like Mr. Wildman said, would have to take over the case when it gets too complicated. So the DPPs generally, they don't get to make some of the decisions as to which case to throw out and stuff like that. They also, if they do exercise and say they're upholding the Constitution, they may very go back and hear, but why didn't you ask me? And so because of that, sometimes I sympathize with especially the young prosecutors because they can't make the decision and it's really not their fault. And I put it back at the feet of the judges to really take the initiative to say, come back next week, similar to the principal case, put up or shut up, because it cannot go on. And the judges are the umpires of fairness, and they are the ones charged with upholding the Constitution more than us as attorneys. They are the custos morum of the Constitution, and I just think that what I know of the judiciary is after this case with Mr. Wildman, the Justice Sykes respectfully is gonna put out a memorandum or a practice direction because he wants the backlog cleared as well. I don't like to speak for him, I always get in trouble, but I usually see the practice directions come out after a serious constitutional maneuvering like what Mr. Wildman did. And it's big. And once again, we're not seeing it in the space apart from a the Gleaner article, we're not seeing them running up to the law school to say,
Yeah,
young counsel, do this immediately. And they're not putting, we don't have a robust,
yes,
the legal counsel is not giving, the type of guidance that one would hope to say, this has happened. All attorneys get on your feet. The Bar Association isn't putting out and rallying behind Mr. Wildman to say, this is what we need to do.
yes.
Let me,
I
let me,
made a good point there because on the question of the acting DPP, that's a very important point that I said earlier, some time ago on your program, that the Constitution does not, where there's a clear vacancy for the office of DPP, the Constitution does not provide for an acting DPP where there's a clear vacancy. Now, the question is this: as a result of that ruling sometime last year, or this year rather, the question is there a clear vacancy in the office of the Director of Public Prosecution? And if there's a clear vacancy, we should not be having an acting DPP. That's point one. Point two, where you have an acting DPP, it compromises the true administration of the criminal justice system.
no, we're talking, yeah.
Because, and that is why in that case that I know in Grenada, okay, Malcolm Holdip, the Eastern Caribbean Court of Appeal, made the point, and in fact the judgment was written by Byron, Chief Justice Byron, as he then was, where he made the point that the reason why the Constitution does not provide in Grenada, you can have a DPP on contract, for example, let's say, it compromises the independence of the DPP and have implications for the separation of powers.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have a DPP who is acting or on contract, as the case may be, it's just like a judge. The natural inference is that if they do something that may offend the executive, there's always the possibility that the executive may not like it, and they have to be looking over their shoulders to whether or not they will get any further appointment.
All right, this Mr. Wildman, there's so many questions I want to ask you and Isat, but
You're muted.
No,
I am.
He's not.
No, I'm not. You
You're
can't
just
hear
not
me.
hearing.
Starlink, act up, man. You can't hear me now. Starlink. No,
It's all you. It's all you, Isat. It's
Mr. Wildman,
all
you can't
you.
hear me, right?
Yes, yes.
Isat, Starlink.
No, I'm saying
Starlink.
Rattigan is muted.
No, it's all you.
No.
It's
No,
me.
you. Yeah,
Yeah.
you.
Oh, you're hearing him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Starlink. Anyway,
Okay. Oh,
like I was saying, it's we have so many things to talk about, but we have so little time because we only have 5 minutes left. So what I'd like to do is we just go around the horn and give some final. Oh, I'm gone. I'm gonna come back. Mr. Wildman, you want to take the charge, sir? Just some final comments. We have less than 5 minutes.
Well, I would say this case here of Mr. Bradley Robinson, it underscores the importance of vigilance on the part of those who are involved in the criminal justice system, be it judge, lawyer, or prosecutor, to ensure that people's constitutional rights are upheld. Yes, sir? Because you must uphold those constitutional rights.
Right.
Because that is the foundation of the system.
Right.
You have to ensure that when people are brought before the court, the Constitution says that they must be given a fair trial by an independent and impartial tribunal within a reasonable time. A lot of things are involved in that. A lot of things are involved in that. And the critical point here is that if you do not try the person within a reasonable time, then those who are in charge of the system must take steps to have the person discharged.
All right, let me stop you right there. Let me stop. Folks, this is how much I want to know. 1,706 devices. We need to like up the thing, We need to like it up because we not get some who not get some invaluable information around us. So free of charge. So please like up the thing. And when we say free of charge, we don't charge anything. It sounds as if we are make a, like I said, sometimes we charge, sometimes we don't charge. No, we don't charge around here. This is an
It's
exercise.
a community service.
It's an exercise in education for all of us. So our people in the chat who are asking questions, and for the panelists. Chandra said to Mr. Wildman, my grandma said hello and that you are her cousin. I don't know if you know Chandra, but everybody that claim Mr. Wildman know Isat. Kevin, me and you left out that door. We have 3 minutes to go. People like up the thing. Like up the thing. Like up the thing. Isat, give me a synopsis in a 1 minute.
2 minutes.
Real quick, on the point, as speaking about the Constitution, it's so important, and I hate to be political about this, but if a government is in power for 8 years and have not tended to you, they have significantly breached your constitutional rights by delay. Delay defeat equity, and you must just take the opportunity to replace them so that you can get what belongs to you. On the point of the DPP, I have to raise it because I really think that the justice system is being significantly affected by that post not being filled. Mr. Wildman had offered himself, certainly said he's ready and willing to fill the shoes. You see how he's doing the constitutional matters. He's a constitutional lawyer out there. He's in the trenches and ensuring that constitutional rights are respected and upheld at a time when government is changing the constitution and we don't know what it would look like in the end. Similarly, I'm going to always do it. I don't care who wants vex, obey. Miss Pike is there. There are competent people within that office that understands constitutional rights and will be brave enough to do what they're supposed to do. Similarly, Miss Claudette Thompson holds the post. Give her the post if you think she can act, then she can hold the post.
Yes.
But you need to leg her shirt so that she can do the work and make the decision, or the appearance of justice will be held by people not feeling that she's acting in the shadows of other people. All of this is being said because while the judiciary is making serious strides in ensuring that swift justice is a concept that we accept, and the Chief Justice has an idea that if a case languishes for 2 years, it is too long.
Yes.
If we are to get to those standards, we need to have a functioning judiciary because we have a broken executive and a broken parliament.
All right. Kevin, still jump in.
I gotta go. I'm on in 3 seconds.
All right.
But
Thank you.
I'm loving up people.
Take care.
Hey, look. Thank everybody for coming on. Mr. Wildman, Isat, I need to have you back on again at some point pretty soon because we haven't exhausted the issue and people, they're dying for this kind of information. And especially when they start looking down the road and they say, but wait a minute, what about this politician and that politician? Their cases have been languishing. Are they going to utilize the tact used by Mr. Wildman and Isat, the constitutional delay piece, and say, well, you know what, Judge, you need to throw this up because it's a breach of our constitution. That's what the issue. That's what it's not too easy already. Mr. Wildman, big up yourself. We all talk. So I will talk. Everybody.
All right, blessings.
All right, cool.
Yeah.